Mr. Cao Ning, are you willing to take this woman as your wife and enter into a marriage contract with her? In sickness or in health, whether poor or wealthy? Cao Ning curled his lips and rolled his eyes. Do I even have the guts to say no? The priest's mouth twitched awkwardly. Shall I just walk away instead? Ms. Xie Shihan, are you willing to take this man as your husband and enter into a marriage contract with him? In sickness or in health, whether poor or wealthy? Xie Shihan crossed her arms over her chest and pouted. Well, my dad is willing. The priest's mouth twitched again, now for the second time. Serves you right, that's what you get for having a sharp tongue. Oh, Almighty Lord. In the name of God, I declare Mr. Cao Ning and Miss Xie Shihan to be officially married, to stay together until old age. The priest opened his arms wide, looked up at the sky, and declared solemnly. Cao Ning and Xie Shihan's mouths twitched for the third time. This old man doesn't seem like a good person. Coming out of the marriage registry office, Cao Ning looked dejected as he pulled the red marriage certificate stamped with the steel seal from his pocket and stared at it again and again. So, you got me this easily? You won't stop cherishing me now, will you? Cao Ning. Xie Shihan pursed her pink lips and stomped her feet in anger. Humph, you think I wanted to marry you? If it weren't for my dad. Cao Ning's cocky attitude really made her furious. She had no idea what her father saw in him, insisting on threatening her with his life to force her to marry him. Cao Ning, I need to remind you we have an agreement. Our marriage only lasts for 6 months. We will divorce after half a year, and during this time, you are not allowed to tell anyone that we are married. Also, we must sleep in separate rooms. No touching without permission. Within the agreement, neither of us can interfere with the other's right to pursue happiness. Isn't that just a fancy way of saying we can cheat legally? I get the rules. Cao Ning shrugged and gave a bitter laugh. It was the first time he'd encountered such outrageous demands. Cao Ning and Xie Shihan were both students at Jiang University. Xie Shihan was a sophomore, and Cao Ning was a freshman. These two people who had previously had no connection at all had become a legally married couple under the interference of their elders. Xie Shihan was the campus belle of Jiang University, a goddess every nerd dreamed of. Her family didn't just have assets worth over 10 billion. They were also the leading enterprise in Jiangning City. She was a true wealthy beauty. As for Cao Ning, he lost his father at 8 and his mother at 9, lived at No. 8 Wangfujing Alley in Jiangning City, and was a long-time social welfare recipient. He was the type who had no money and no good looks. However, besides being a freshman at Jiang University, he had another secret identity. A contracted underworld guide for the Greater Bay Area, commonly known as a ghost agent or ferryman. The Cao family had been ferrymen for generations in the Greater Bay Area, specializing in guiding spirits to and from the underworld, and maintaining supernatural order in their jurisdiction. Both Cao's father and grandfather were ferrymen. Ever since his father met with a tragedy, 8-year-old Cao Ning had taken over the work of the Greater Bay Area ferryman. He had been doing this for over a decade. Before starting university, Cao Ning had been suppressed by his grandfather. Just as he managed to survive until high school graduation, his grandfather suddenly brought out a marriage contract for him to fulfill. At first, Cao Ning was unwilling. What if the person was an ugly monster with layers of fat? That would be a waste of his life. But this time his grandfather's attitude was exceptionally firm. If he didn't marry, he would be cast into the 18th hell for eternity, forcing him to agree whether he wanted to or not. With no choice, Cao Ning had to compromise. He had thought that since the other party was wealthy, they wouldn't look down upon his humble background. But he never expected that after seeing the marriage contract, the other side would agree immediately and insist on getting it done right away. But Xie Shihan didn't like him, and Cao Ning didn't want to be sent to the 18th level of hell. So, the two of them signed a prenuptial agreement in private. All right, I've finished what I promised my dad. I'm leaving first. Call me if anything comes up. With that, Xia Shihan turned to leave. Where are you going? Back to school, obviously. Where else would I go? Xia Xian rolled her eyes. Today was the opening day of Jianghai University, and as the vice president of the student union, Xia Shihan had a lot on her plate. I'm heading back to school too, mind giving me a ride? Tao Ning said, looking at the pink Maserati parked by the side of the road. Oh, that, sure. Xia Shihan smiled slightly. Sigh, what a disaster. Watching the pink car zoom away. Cao Ning sighed and turned to climb onto his beloved small motorcycle. He wondered what kind of karma he had accrued in his past life to end up with such an unreliable wife in this one. She left her legal husband on the side of the road on the very day they got their certificate. What if someone else picked him up? Ding. Host is now married, system upgrading automatically, tasks refreshed. Just as Cao Ning was about to leave, the underworld system bound to the ferryman suddenly refreshed its task board. Ferryman could earn pay based on tasks in the system, but for over a decade, Cao Ning had only ever earned underworld currency, which he couldn't spend at all. Sigh, another day of being exploited like a slave. Wait, what is this? Cao Ning tapped the system interface. He discovered that the system had upgraded at some point, with a much clearer display and more comprehensive functions. Previously, the interface only showed guide locations and rewards. But now, not only did it have the deceased's biography, but the homepage also featured a community exchange platform and a user mall. Cao Ning opened the task summary. Greater Bay Area Li family Ali No. 167 individual Li Chen passed away on year, month, day, time, death ledger. Task. Guide the deceased to report to the underworld. Task reward, 1 million gold coins. Cao Ning took a quick look. It was a standard task with no evil spirits involved. A low-level task. He clicked on the system mall and was dazzled by the wide array of goods. Communication section. Apple 20 dual-use model for the living and dead. Long battery life. 1 second of charging provides 365 days of talk time. Priced at 6 million gold coins. Daily goods section. Hummer H2 priced at 20 million gold coins. Rolls-Royce Phantom at 100 million gold coins. Luxury villa at 500 million gold coins. In addition, things like yin essence pills, dragon flame spears, soul-sucking bags, celestial instruments, everything was available. However, their prices were hundreds of times higher than luxury cars and villas. Wait. Just as he was frantically adding things to his shopping cart, he suddenly realized. It would be so embarrassing if he had no money. So he quickly opened his personal profile page. Detailed personal data was presented on the screen immediately. Name Cao Ning. Gender. Years of service 14 years. Position. Greater Bay Area ferryman in Jiangning City, low-level title. Account balance 300 billion gold coins. I have 300 billion gold coins, and a villa is only 500 million. I'm rich, ha ha ha. Cao Ning shouted with excitement. He hadn't realized that after more than 10 years of hard work, he had quietly accumulated such a huge fortune. Cao Ning tried submitting a purchase request for the Hummer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the payment. You have received a Hummer H2. Sure enough, the very next second after the system notification appeared, a black Hummer drove over from nearby and stopped right next to Cao Ning. A man in a suit stepped out of the car. Mr. Cao, hello, I am Xiao Jia, the sales manager at the Jiangning Hummer 4S dealership. This is the car you ordered half a month ago. Just sign the delivery receipt and you can drive it away. Let me see. Cao Ning was a bit confused. He took the delivery receipt and glanced at the purchase contract. It clearly stated that half a month ago, Cao Ning had already ordered this car and paid the full amount on the spot. Good heavens, this is seamless. All procedures were completely reasonable and legal. This? Cao Ning unconsciously opened his mouth wide. The rewards of working like a slave came this fast. Xia Shan will probably come crawling back to beg me to make this relationship work, right? Dawn District, the family alley. When Tao Ning showed up at the entrance of the alley in his Hummer, it certainly drew quite a bit of attention. Le Family Alley, much like Wangfujing Alley, is a residential area from the old part of Jiangning City. Most of the residents here are elderly people. The vast majority of the young people have already moved away. Number 167, Le Family Alley. The lanes in the old town are narrow, so cars can't get through. Tao Ning had to get out and search for the house number by number. Fortunately, he has been to this area many times before. It didn't take much effort to find the right house. Before entering, Tao Ning swallowed a yin yuan pill to temporarily mask the yang energy on his body, which is essentially what people commonly refer to as invisibility. To his peers, it looks no different from a soul leaving the body. Once inside, there was a coffin in the main room, and the person lying inside was his target, Li Chen. As usual, Tao Ning walked up to the coffin and waved his hand. A phantom image was stripped away from the physical body. Looking closely, that phantom was none other than the Li Chen lying in the coffin. Except the Li Chen in the coffin had his eyes closed, while this one in front of him was alive. Li Chen, it is time to move on. Tao Ning took out his soul-capturing bag and sucked the phantom straight into it. This is the daily work of a ferryman. Never delaying, never hesitating. Just as he was about to leave, a girl wearing mourning clothes in the room kept staring at him. She had a fair, delicate oval face, small cherry lips, a dainty nose, and watery apricot eyes that looked bewitching with just a hint of eyeliner. Though not as stunning as Xia Shehan, she was a rare little beauty indeed. Being stared at by the girl like that. At first, Tao Ning thought it was just a coincidence. But when he stepped outside, he found that the girl was actually following him. Tao Ning put on his fierce judge's face, looking like a malevolent god from purgatory. In the instant, he suddenly turned his head around. Ah! The girl was so frightened that she slumped to the ground. Can you see me? Tao Ning walked up and stared at the girl. After confirming she wasn't possessed, he returned to his normal appearance. The girl nodded, her eyes filled with terror. Why are you following me? Aren't you afraid I'll take you away with him? Tao Ning scolded. He had been a ferryman for so many years, and this was the first time he had met someone who could see a ghost messenger. I'm afraid, the girl said tremblingly, her eyes filled with boundless fear. But I want to see my grandfather one last time. He raised me since I was little. Your grandfather? Tao Ning furrowed his brows slightly. This is practically another version of himself. Seeing him wouldn't be a problem. Since she could already see him, it wouldn't take much effort. It's not impossible for you to see him, but first tell me, what's up with your yin-yang eyes? Tao Ning asked calmly. While checking earlier, Tao Ning had already noticed she had yin-yang eyes, allowing her to see things ordinary people cannot. I don't really know. I just had a high fever when I was very young. My grandfather gave me a pill, and after I recovered, I could see things that aren't clean, the girl said weakly. A pill? Tao Ning pondered. Usually, if a mortal has yin-yang eyes, they are either born with them or acquired through some mystical influence. Take the one in the neighboring city for example. Zhao Li gave those to him. If a pill can change a person like that, then it must be the Huyang pill. It seems to solve the mystery. I'll have to ask the person involved. Tao Ning opened the soul-capturing bag and laid down a barrier in the alley to prevent the soul from being scorched by the sunlight. Li Chen's soul appeared before them immediately. Grandpa! The girl excitedly reached out to hug Li Chen, but she passed right through him. Wei, my dear child. Li Chen was so moved he nearly wept. They had depended on each other for so many years. How could it be easy to let go? Grandpa, I don't want you to go! Li Weiwei sobbed as she looked at her aged grandfather, tears streaming down her face. Silly girl, Grandpa is old and can no longer look after you. You must take care of yourself with your father and the others. Grandpa. Li Weiwei cried even more heart-wrenchingly, and soon, people from the small courtyard came running out. But all they saw was Li Weiwei crying in the alley alone. They couldn't see Cao Ning or Lei Chen. Wei, why are you here? It was Li Weiwei's father Liang who spoke. He and Li Weiwei's mother worked in the metropolis and rarely made it back home. Dad, Grandpa is leaving. When Li Weiwei said this, Li Yong began to sob as well. Thud. Li Yong fell to his knees on the ground. He knew Li Weiwei could see ghosts, so he didn't doubt her. Dad, I'm sorry. I've let you down and made you suffer all these years. Seeing this, Cao Ning really didn't know if letting Li Chen out was the right thing to do. Alright, time is up. Li Chen, you must move on. Sanskrit chants echoed like the vast heavens. Having said that, Cao Ning took Li Chen back into the soul-capturing bag. Li Weiwei stared blankly at Cao Ning, her pitiful appearance truly making it hard to bear. But this is the cycle of life and death, and no one can change it. By the time Cao Ning returned to Jiangda University after sending off Li Chen's soul, it was already the afternoon. The school was bustling with people, students everywhere carrying large and small bags. All wearing miniskirts or hot pants, with some even bolder ones wearing just a tight piece of cloth across their chests and black stockings, strutting about. The moment the black Hummer appeared, everyone's attention was drawn to it. Or perhaps they were already used to it. Look, another rich boy has arrived at our school. I bet, and I'm sure it's for Xia Shihan. Indeed, look at our school beauty standing there. She's more effective than a recruitment brochure, and her Douyin posts have over 1 million likes. But come to think of it, Xia Shihan must have rejected at least 800 boys by now, yet not a single one has caught her eye. That's why they call her the ice-cold campus queen. If I could date her, I'd give up 20 years of my life. That's nothing, I'd trade the rest of my life for half a day with her. Look, the guy who just got out of the car is also heading towards our campus queen. Several students watching followed the direction of the pointing finger. Sure enough, the Cao Ning who just stepped out of the car was indeed heading straight for the tent where Xia Shihan was. This further confirmed the crowd's suspicions. Huh? Why is this silly girl here too? Seeing Xia Shihan, Cao Ning curled his lips, feeling a bit annoyed. Dumping her husband on their first day of marriage. She's probably the only person in the world who could do that. Today was the freshman orientation day. Most of the student union members hadn't returned to campus yet, so there was a shortage of volunteers. Therefore, as the vice president of the student union, it was only natural for Xia Shihan to take on the grunt work. As luck would have it, the archaeology department where Cao Ning was registering was exactly where Xia Shihan was helping. She wore a clean, white casual shirt paired with tight blue jeans that highlighted her curvaceous figure. Willow leaf brows, an oval face, skin like jade, and bright eyes with white teeth. Her high ponytail made her look nimble, elegant, and pure. Xia Shihan had noticed Cao Ning a long time ago, but she chose to act as if she hadn't seen him. Who knew he would take the initiative to sit right in front of her? This student, we are the archaeology department. The tent next door is for finance and computer science. Before Xia Shihan could even speak, Su Lan, the head of the outreach department beside her, spoke up first. Archaeology is an unpopular major at Jiangda University, and not many people apply for it each year. But today, because of Xia Shihan, quite a few people have been pretending to be here to register. In reality, they are just here to hit on her. Seeing that Cao Ning was dressed quite formally in a white shirt and black suit, Xu Lan figured he didn't look like someone here to register at all. So she naturally labeled him as just another guy trying to pick her up. I'm not from the finance department. I actually applied for the tomb raiding, archaeology major, Cao Ning explained. Xu Lan was quite surprised to hear this. Cao Ning didn't look like the kind of person who would make such a self-defeating choice. Why would anyone choose an archaeology major? To inherit a family trade? Xu Lan said, somewhat awkwardly, Ahem, well, classmate, could you please show me your admission letter? Sure, it's in her bag. Cao Ning curled his lips and looked at Xia Shihan. Xia Shihan was stunned as well. When they went to register their marriage, Cao Ning seemed to have shoved something into her bag. She had been so furious at the time that she didn't even check. Xia Shihan turned sideways and started rummaging through her backpack. Sure enough, the admission letter with the arch printed on it was indeed lying right there in her bag. Xu Lan's eyes went wide. Her intuition told her that the relationship between these two was definitely out of the ordinary. Shihan, you too? What is this? Xu Lan asked in surprise. Xia Shihan ignored her and just picked up a form to fill out. New student registration requires a 50 yuan dormitory key deposit, which you can get back after graduation by returning the key, Xia Shihan said calmly. I don't have any cash. We accept WeChat Pay and Alipay. My phone is dead. Xia Shihan was completely speechless. After rolling her eyes at Tao Ning, she huffily took a 50 yuan bill out of her wallet. Deposit received. Building A, room 644. If that's all, you can head back to your dorm. There will be a meeting for new students this evening. After saying that, Xia Shihan handed a receipt and a key to Cao Ning. This scene left not only Xu Lan dumbfounded. Even the boys who had been watching from the side were left looking blank. This guy must be a relative of Xia Shihan's. Exactly, I agree. I don't believe Xia Shihan would fall for a guy like him. What's the point? It's just a sad situation, right? Our Shihan is so beautiful, even the way she takes out money is mesmerizing. Shihan, I love you. Dorm 644. 3 of the 4 people in the dormitory had already arrived. One big guy with a buzz cut was holding 2 portable dumbbells, repeatedly showing off his muscles. He looked like the type who could take a beating. The other 2 were much thinner. One looked bookish, holding a tablet while nitpicking about the character designs in a novel. The other was wearing an Adidas outfit with the latest pair of Nikes, constantly bragging about his sense of superiority as a Beijinger. It's already the afternoon, why hasn't the last brother arrived at our dorm yet? The big guy said dejectedly. What's the rush? I see people missing in the dorm next door too, the book reading guy said without looking up. Where are you guys from, and what made you choose our school? The big guy excitedly started chatting with the other 2. Needless to say, it was to find the mother of my future children. Otherwise, who would be bored enough to sign up for an archaeology major? The guy from Beijing said spiritedly, you guys don't know, ever since I saw Xia Shihan on Douyin a year ago, I swore I had to get into Jiangda University. So, I chose several unpopular majors just in case, fearing I wouldn't get in. Oh, so you're from Beijing. I'm a local from Jiangning. What a coincidence, I also came here after watching Xia Shihan's Douyin, the big guy said excitedly. What a coincidence, I came for Xia Shihan too, the book reading guy said, looking up. Last year, there was a promotional short film on Douyin for a school cultural performance. It just so happened that the person wearing traditional Han clothing and playing the zither in the video was Xia Shihan. Overnight, the short Douyin video was shared tens of thousands of times. The video alone received over 1 million likes. Because of this, everyone knew the school goddess of Jiangda was named Xia Shihan. Major mainstream media outlets reposted it one after another. Even computer screens were covered with Xia Shihan's animated wallpapers by mischievous netizens. Once the news spread, suitors came from thousands of miles away. Social media timelines were full of posts about going to Jiangda to find Xia Shihan. The most interesting thing is, whether they were slackers or geniuses, rich kids or children of officials, anyone who tried to pursue Xia Shihan, without exception, was turned down by her. Xia Shihan remained as she always was, consistently staying single. Her image as a pure and untouchable goddess was established this way. For a time, Jiangda became a sacred place that all male students longed for. Because of this, Jiangda didn't even need to send out recruitment teams the following year. Students and parents calling for information had already blown up the admissions office's phone lines. And all of this was because of Xia Shihan. My God, brothers, our school bulletin board is exploding. You guys have to come see this. Liu Hao, the book reading guy, was busy calling the other 2 over. Distracted by the commotion, the big guy Zhao Hai was the first to crowd over. Even Sun Liang, the guy from Beijing who was checking himself in the mirror, was dragged over. The two looked at the bold headline on Liu Hao's tablet. Shock. Goddess encounters mysterious man. The truth behind it is shocking. This was a post on the Jiangda campus bulletin board. In addition to the title, there were many stolen photos taken from various angles. In just over 10 minutes, the number of comments had exceeded 100, and the trend showed it was still growing. Gossip King Wang. According to an insider, this new student's admission letter was actually in the goddess's backpack, pinned. How Yi loves jungling. What kind of scoop is that? I just received reliable news that the goddess not only paid the deposit for this student, but also that, according to them, they don't even know each other. Pinned. My God, what is going on? How could they not know each other if the admission letter was found in her bag? Zhao Hai was dejected again. Something's not right. Something is definitely going on here, Liu Hao said indignantly. I'd say, what if they just grabbed the wrong bags? Sun Liang said comfortingly. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two shot him a look of disdain. The look seemed to say, do you think we're idiots? However, while speculating, they didn't forget to critique the photos of Xia Shihan on the post. She really is the Xiaolongnu of Jiangda. She's just so beautiful. The three of them opened the floodgates, exhausting their vocabulary to praise Xia Shihan. The photos were blown up, and the three of them acted like they had discovered a new continent. They glorified and praised her from every angle. Just then, after a few knocks on the door, Qiao Ning walked into the dorm carrying the bedding issued by the school. Seeing this, Zhao Hai immediately walked over enthusiastically to greet him. Brother, you're finally here. Our dorm is finally complete. Wait, brother, have we met before? Why do you look so familiar to me? Wait, aren't you the guy from the campus forum who's involved with Xia Shihan? Zhao Hai's mouth hung open. My God, this is so ridiculous. It's like a soap opera. Xia Shihan's rumored boyfriend is actually my roommate. This is even more absurd than the novels those failing authors write. Liu Hao looked completely bewildered. Let me see. No way, he's not even better looking than me. There's no reason Xia Shihan would choose him over me, right? Sun Liang just killed the conversation with that one sentence. Sensing the resentful glares from Liu Hao and Zhao Hai, Sun Liang finally toned it down a bit. Rumored boyfriend. What are you all talking about? Qiao Ning was completely confused. He walked over to bed number 3 on his own and started unloading his bedding. Even then, the three of them were still staring at him as if he were some kind of celebrity. Bro, look, you're on the front page. Zhao Hai excitedly held up his tablet. The front page? Could it be that my identity as a ferryman has been exposed? That shouldn't be possible. I kept it well hidden. Qiao Ning leaned over, feeling puzzled. Is this it? Turns out someone just snapped a picture of me. Qiao Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, I have to say, I look pretty sharp in this picture. Bro, do you know the school beauty? How did you get so close to her just as school started? Is there some secret to this? You have to share some tips with us. Zhao Hai said with a smile, trying to butter him up. Someone who didn't know better would think he was Qiao Ning's new lackey. Right, we want to know too. Hearing this, the other two became interested as well. They leaned in and pricked up their ears. School beauty? What school beauty? This is my first day, how would I know any school beauty? Seeing their disdainful looks, it finally dawned on Tao Ning. Oh, you guys mean Xia Shihan? Zhao Hai nodded, of course. Out of all the school beauties at Jiangda, she's the prettiest. She's my goddess. When it came to Xia Shihan, Zhao Hai's mouth wouldn't stop running as if he were unstoppable. He basically wanted to praise her to the heavens. Qiao Ning understood immediately. No wonder they all acted like I was a love rival when we first met, green with envy. So that was the root of the problem. You really want to know? The three of them nodded in unison. Come on, boss, stop leaving us in suspense. My heart is itching like crazy. Qiao Ning gave a bitter smile, I can tell you, but you have to promise not to spread it around. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. If I say I won't say anything, I won't. Zhao Hai promised while patting his chest. Exactly, I promise not to tell anyone either. Me too, me too. After the three of them made their pledges, they hurriedly pricked up their ears and leaned in. Their expressions were more excited than when checking college entrance exam results. Cao Ning smiled faintly. He hadn't expected Xia Shihan to be so popular on campus. He didn't know if this would be a blessing or a curse for him. Just hope I don't get cheated on too hard. Alright, I'll only tell you 3. Cao Ning intentionally lowered his voice to build a mysterious atmosphere. Actually, Xia Shihan is my wife. Zhao Hai, huh? Liu Hao? Sun Liang? The 3 brothers looked at each other. They thought, who are you playing for a fool? After a moment of silence, the 3 of them dispersed in unison. Bro, that trick is outdated. If you had said you were childhood sweethearts, we might have believed you. You're blowing this way out of proportion. Zhao Hai sighed. He was the biggest braggart at home. Never expected that just after school started, he'd meet someone who could brag even better than him. Cao Ning shrugged. I told the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Clatter. Just as Cao Ning turned around to pack his things, a small red booklet fell out of his pocket. It looked strangely familiar at first glance. Zhao Hai was quick, picking up the red booklet, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Damn bro, you really went all out. You even forged a marriage certificate? Hearing this, Liu Hao and Sun Liang immediately became interested. The 2 of them touched the texture and checked for anti-counterfeiting marks. After fussing for a long time, they finally came to a conclusion. The texture is good, and the seal is realistic. If it weren't for the fact that both people in the photo have such sour faces, I almost would have believed it. For real. Where did you Photoshop this from, bro? Share the contact info with us later. I have a friend who wants one too. No problem, I'll have one custom made for each of you later. It'll look absolutely authentic. Cao Ning took back the marriage certificate and said with a bitter smile. There was nothing he could do when facing these 3 honest guys. No one believed the truth, but they bought every tall tale he spun. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory. After returning, Xia Shihan was immediately surrounded by 3 roommates on small stools. The sunflower seeds in their hands suddenly didn't taste as good anymore. Shihan, hurry up and tell us. What is your relationship with that handsome guy? How far have you 2 progressed? Did you go to a hotel yet? The one speaking was Zhao Meina from bed number 1. She was a local from Jiangning City, 175 meters tall, quite pretty, loved wearing JK outfits, and had dated a whole class's worth of boyfriends in her freshman year. Xia Shihan looked at Xu Lan beside her with resentment. Humph, you stinky Lan, did you tell them? I didn't say anything. Xu Lan quickly tried to explain. Oh Shihan, you don't need Xu Lan to tell us. Just look at the school forum, all the boys are going crazy. The forum? Has another scandal started? Xia Shihan regained her composure. She immediately took out her phone and opened the school forum. Sure enough, it was full of candid photos of her and Cao Ning. The catchy headlines were even more shocking. Shocking. School beauty spotted alone with a mysterious man, suspected rumored boyfriend. Big reveal! Big reveal! According to insiders, the school beauty is already pregnant. School beauty gets cheated on, boyfriend travels thousands of miles to beg for reconciliation. The pinned posts occupied most of the homepage, and the comments sections were practically blowing up. What is all this? They are being way too excessive. Xia Shihan clicked on a post at random. Most of it was guys complaining and venting their dissatisfaction. Shihan's #1 fan. Oh my god, has the world stopped giving you warmth? So you just fed my goddess to a pig. Wine among flowers. Brothers, call in the troops. Let's track this guy down. How is he even worthy of my goddess? Old Green next door. At Win Among Flowers. Look at the location of the tent. He should be a freshman from the archaeology department. Jiangda's first hunk. This is so annoying. I didn't even go to Qingbei University just for Shihan, and yet someone else got ahead of me at the starting line. Solo Master, at Jiangda's first hunk, tell me about it. I even turned down an offer from Yale to come here. This guy is so ugly, how is he worthy of Shihan? Seeing this comment, Xia Xian found herself agreeing, so she just clicked like. Looking at the other comments, whenever she saw a comment insulting Cao Ning for not being worthy of her, Xia Xian couldn't help but like it. However, after scrolling through a few more posts, she noticed someone strange. Whenever someone posted a comment calling Cao Ning ugly, there would be a user named So Handsome I'm Getting Hacked refuting them. Whenever she saw a comment bashing Cao Ning for not being good enough for her, Xia Xian couldn't help but give it a like. However, after scrolling through several posts in a row, she noticed someone strange. Whenever there was a post where people were fiercely calling Cao Ning ugly, there would be a user named Handsome Enough to Get Killed replying to them. Handsome enough to get hacked. At Male Li De Sogli, are you blind? How can you call such a devastatingly handsome guy ugly? You should go look in the mirror first. Handsome enough to get hacked. At Shaihan's #1 fan, you're the pig, your whole family is pigs. Handsome enough to get hacked. At Wine in Flowers, do you even know how to talk? What do you mean he's not good enough? If anything, it's Xia Xian who's punching above her weight. The more Xia Xian read, the angrier she got. By the end, that person actually dared to mock her too. How could she possibly put up with that? She immediately moved her little finger to reply under the comment. Today needs to beautiful. I won't allow you to talk about our dear Shihan like that. Not only is our Shihan beautiful and kind, she is simply the most, no, wait, the most super invincible adorable person in the entire universe. The male lead is so ugly. He's totally unworthy of our Shihan. After typing a long string of words, Xia Xian felt much better instantly. Although she often lurked in the forums, she almost never posted anything. If it weren't for that netizen disparaging her so much, she wouldn't have rushed to stand up and refute him. The thought that she actually got a marriage certificate with that big bear made her feel wronged inside. Just when Xia Xian thought she could breathe a sigh of relief, in her message box, there were unexpectedly several new unread messages. She tapped to open them. Oh boy, it was an instant reply from the other person. Handsome enough to get hacked. At Today needs to beautiful. Are you blind? Didn't you see such a handsome guy? How dare you slander my idol? You're making me so mad. You can talk until the end of time, but the male lead is the most handsome in the universe, and Xia Xian is just unworthy of him. Well then, you are playing with fire. Xia Xian's anger, which had finally subsided, was instantly ignited again. Today needs to beautiful. At Handsome enough to get hacked. The male lead is just a toad lusting after a swan. He is unworthy, and won't be even 10,000 years from now. Ping. Handsome enough to get hacked. Xia Xian is pretty big deal. She's still just an old maid. As soon as this sentence was posted, everyone lurking in the group flooded out like an explosion. The number of likes actually broke 300 within a minute. Wine in Flowers. At Handsome enough to get hacked, brother. Even though your words are a bit harsh, I like this line. Must give you a like. Big shot of web novels. At Handsome enough to get hacked. I have no way to refute that. Like it. Definitely like it. Old Wang next door. At Handsome enough to get hacked. Even though the male lead is really ugly, I like what you said. Must support this. Dragon King returns. At Handsome enough to get hacked. Brother, harsh words but true. I've been watching for a while. Could you actually be the male lead? Show us a photo. Stop Toko. At Dragon King returns. I also think this guy is the male lead, no doubt about it. How Yi loves jungling. At Dragon King returns. Agreed. Damasha. At Handsome enough to get hacked. Show us a photo. The calls in the comment section that handsome enough to get hacked was actually Cao Ning grew louder and louder, even threatening to overshadow Xia Xian. In just a short while, that comment of his had over 1,000 likes and was still growing. Finally, feeling the pressure, handsome enough to get hacked, posted another comment. Handsome enough to get hacked. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I am absolutely not that devastatingly handsome male lead. The male lead is a peerless beauty who is graceful, charming, loved by everyone and adored by flowers. How could I possibly be him? I am just his humble little fan. Now, the calls that the netizen handsome enough to get hacked was the male lead grew even louder, with everyone saying he was Cao Ning. And Xia Xian in front of her screen watched as the likes on Cao Ning's slanderous comment climbed higher and higher. In the end, it was even pinned by the administrator. She was so angry she was about to have a breakdown. Damn it, Cao Ning, this is all your fault. On the other side, Cao Ning, looking at the mess he had made of the post, almost laughed out loud like a pig. My God, Cao, that handsome enough to get hacked they are talking about. It really wouldn't be you, would it? Zhao Hai looked blankly at Cao Ning, who was laughing so hard he was cramping. He had also been lurking on the post. And seeing so many people say Cao Ning was that netizen, he also started to suspect it. Now looking at Cao Ning's annoyingly smug face. Needless to say, it's confirmed. Gosh, Cao, is it really okay to praise yourself like that? The way this guy praises himself. He really has no shame. Who's to say I've never seen anyone praise themselves so desperately before? Cao, I don't even believe in walls anymore, I only believe in you. Hee. Cao Ning laughed helplessly. I'm innocent too. Just then Cao Ning's phone rang. Wait, let me answer the phone first. As soon as Cao Ning answered the phone, he heard a thunderous roar from the other end, almost shattering his eardrum. After listening for a while, Cao Ning figured it out. The person on the other end was none other than his legal wife, Xia Xihan. She seemed absolutely furious. Cao Ning, you bastard, you shameless. Beep beep beep. Cao Ning couldn't be bothered and just hung up. He was in a great mood now, and didn't want anyone to ruin it. Looking back at the forum, it was already in total chaos, with calls for Cao Ning to show his face only rising higher. Cao Ning ignored them. Checking his personal profile page, there were dozens of friend requests. Cao Ning checked them and found they were mostly men, with a very small number of girls, including that netizen named Today Needs To Beautiful. Cao Ning thought for a moment and only accepted her friend request. Before he could react, the other person immediately started typing a flurry of insults. Cao Ning was speechless at such a brainless fan and simply deleted her. On the other side, Xia Xihan, after finally typing a long string of words and hitting send, was rejected. Oh boy, her voluptuous chest was heaving with anger. Her stubborn little mouth was pouting high. Xihan, please calm down. All her roommates were stunned. Having shared a dorm for a year, they had never seen Xia Xihan this angry before. If her pursuers saw this, it would probably be complete chaos. Xia Xihan calmed down for a moment, then changed her tone to send another friend request. From serious to humble. She sent 4 or 5 in a row, but the other side didn't respond. It made Xia Xihan so angry, she almost ran to the boys' dorm to settle the score with Cao Ning. In fact, Xia Xihan had realized early on that it was Cao Ning, and after hearing his pig-like laughter over the phone just now, she was even more certain.
Approaching 6 o'clock. Cao Ning went out for dinner with his 3 roommates. The scenery in college really is different. Compared to the girls in high school wearing baggy uniforms, the scenery here is much more pleasing to the eye. Along the way, girls in miniskirts with long legs could be seen everywhere. Of course, there were also plenty of upperclassmen with light makeup and wavy hair. A pair of long legs and black silk stockings. Any sharp-eyed person could tell at a glance that the quality of those stockings definitely wasn't great. Although everything you saw looked quite childish, it was truly a feast for the eyes. No wonder our high school head teacher kept emphasizing that even if it's just an ordinary undergraduate program you have to go, it turns out it really is different. Thinking about it now, the head teacher was absolutely right. Watch your image, Zhao. You're about to drool all over yourself, Liu Hao said while patting Zhao Hai on the shoulder. Don't talk about me, you're not much better, you've already walked onto the lawn. Now you know that girls are much better looking than in novels, right? Zhao Hai retorted indignantly. Can't you two show some ambition? In the eyes of us Beijingers, there's no girl you can't pick up and no horse you can't ride, Sun Liang said nonchalantly. Is that horse of yours the real deal? Zhao Hai asked, suddenly interested. Look at you getting the wrong idea. I'm talking about a proper Hummer from the grasslands, not like you. Wait, speaking of Hummers, I think I just saw one parked downstairs in our dorm. I saw it too. There were lots of pretty girls taking selfies there, Liu Hao chimed in. It's just a car, why make such a big fuss? I'll get one myself after I graduate, Zhao Hai said with his chin held high. Zhao, do you have any idea how much that car cost, saying it so lightly? Sun Liang held up a finger with disdain. Over $1 million. What? That piece of junk costs over $1 million. How much grain would I have to sell to trade for that car? Zhao Hai opened his mouth in shock. He was a true country boy who had grown up around tractors. He had no idea about luxury cars of this caliber. Let alone seen one, he hadn't even heard of it. My God, we have someone that powerful at our school. Driving a Hummer to school, maybe their family owns a mine? Sun Liang shook his head. Not necessarily. Maybe someone just drove it to show off, and it'll be gone when we get back. These cars need maintenance. Don't you think so, Cao? Cao Ning really wanted to say that the Hummer was the cheapest thing in the system mall. If I had driven a Rolls-Royce, I'd be afraid of scaring you. It's nothing special. When you each get one later, the four of us can drive out together. It'll be absolutely eye-catching. Yeah, then those campus beauties will be throwing themselves at us, Zhao Hai flattered. On the other side, Xia Shihan had been moody for a long time, and it took a lot of convincing from Su Lan to get her to go to the cafeteria for dinner. All right, Hanan, eating is the most important thing. There's no need to get angry at those annoying guys. It's just a rumored boyfriend, what's the big deal? It's not like he's your legally wedded husband. If she hadn't said that, it would have been fine. After hearing that, Xia Shihan's little heart felt even more fragile. That man really was her husband. Legally married. Shihan, look, there's actually a Hummer over there. Su Lan had sharp eyes. She spotted $1 million luxury car under the men's dormitory at once. Shihan, this car is on par with your pink ride. Could it be here for you again? Su Lan teased with a smile. There were too many rich second-generation kids driving luxury cars to confess to Xia Shihan. Su Lan was long used to it. But this was the first one to arrive in $1 million luxury car. Humph, it's just a Hummer, nothing special, I'm not even impressed. Others didn't know, but Xia Shihan did. That was the car Cao Ning was driving when he came to enroll. Ugh, what a liar, he asked me for a ride but had his own car all along. Men really are all the same, Xia Shihan muttered. Shihan, what did you say? Oh, I didn't say anything. I just said I'm hungry, let's go to the cafeteria, otherwise the freshmen will eat everything. Xia Shihan smiled and pulled Su Lan towards the cafeteria. Cafeteria. Cao Ning went to top up his meal card first. By the time they arrived at the cafeteria, it was already packed with people. Except for a few snack windows, everywhere else was basically overcrowded. Liu Hao and Sun Liang weren't used to eating rice, so they went to queue for buns. Zhao Hai liked stir-fried dishes, so he chose to wait in line for those. Cao Ning wasn't picky, but the lines were too long and he didn't want to wait, so he chose a malatang window. Hi, I want that one with a lot of vegetables, how much? Cao Ning pointed to a plate that was already prepared. Beep. After scanning the card, it showed a balance of 160 yuan. The card cost 30 yuan, which could be refunded at graduation. This bowl of malatang had mostly vegetables and a few meatballs. It was a good deal for 10 yuan. Cao Ning put his card away with satisfaction. The first meal in college, although a bit humble, it tasted pretty good. Just as he was waiting for his food, 2 two figures rushed over and pushed Ko Ning to the side. Ma'am, I want the crunchy sausage, and the squid, and some diced chicken, lettuce. At first glance, Ko Ning thought the person in front of him looked familiar. Looking closer, it was none other than Xia Shihan. Xia Shihan was wearing a floral spaghetti strap dress that fell just below her knees, revealing slim, fair, and smooth calves without a trace of fat. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, and as she walked closer, there was a faint, lingering fragrance. With skin like jade and bright teeth, it was truly intoxicating to look at. Compared to the sexy shirt she wore during registration, she now looked like a fairy. No wonder the business at this window was clearly booming after she arrived. Boys started gathering around one after another. Xia Shihan noticed the person standing next to her was actually Ko Ning. However, she just rolled her eyes and had no intention of talking to him. She continued choosing ingredients with her roommate Xu Lan. When the lady at the counter entered the total into the machine, Xia Shihan finally realized. She had forgotten to bring her meal card. Lanlan, did you bring your meal card? My phone and card are in my bag, and I forgot to bring it. Xu Lan smiled. You little scatterbrain, look, thank goodness you have me, otherwise it would be so awkward. Oh, wait, I changed my clothes, I forgot mine too. Xu Lan, the girl with glasses, patted her jeans pockets, only to find them empty. Her focus had been entirely on Xia Shihan when they arrived, so she completely forgot she had changed her clothes. Oh, what should I do? Should I go back and get it now? Xia Shihan asked anxiously. Senior, why not just use mine? Senior, use mine. I have one too, use mine. Hearing their conversation, the boys around them all eagerly volunteered. This left the usually strong-willed Xia Shihan at a loss. She looked at the enthusiastic classmates around her, not knowing what to do. At that moment, she noticed Ko Ning standing behind the crowd, just watching the show with no intention of helping out at all. This made her furious. She marched up to Ko Ning, indignantly pouted and held out her hand. Meal card. Cao Ning was taken aback. But he honestly took out his card and handed it to her. This scene left the boys present completely bewildered. However, some had sharp eyes and recognized Ko Ning immediately. Wait, isn't that the school beauty's rumored boyfriend? It really is. So, does that mean they're together? No way, my goddess got snatched up by a pig just like that. Not necessarily. If they were really together, would her attitude have been like that just now? Could they have broken up again? Just as the crowd of onlookers was whispering to themselves, Xia Shihan had finished swiping the card and lingered at the bubble tea window for quite a while. When she returned, she was holding 3 cups of bubble tea. As she returned the card to Ko Ning, she handed him a cup of tea. Don't say I'm bullying you. Here, I'm treating you to bubble tea, Xia Shihan said with a smile. You're treating me. Didn't you use my card? Ko Ning thought to himself. Is this the legendary you play the host and I foot the bill? Well, thanks then, Ko Ning said awkwardly as he took it. When they found their seats, the others had returned too. Hey, Ko, what's going on? We only went to get food for a minute. How did you end up with the school beauty again? Zhao Hai was like a curious baby. He had seen the whole thing clearly. Exactly. I saw the school beauty approach you first, and even buy you tea. My God, what exactly happened? Liu Hao asked as well. Ko Ning gave a bitter laugh and slapped the meal card on the table. Here, she used my card. Whoa, impressive. Ko, you're sharing a meal card with the school beauty already? And you still dare to say you have nothing to do with her? Zhao Hai took a mouthful of rice. At that moment, his food seemed to have lost all its flavor. Look, the school beauty is watching me. She's even smiling at me. Hearing Sun Liang say that, the others all looked up. Sure enough, Xia Shihan was indeed staring in their direction from not far away. Zhao Hai patted Sun Liang on the shoulder. Wake up, man. Even a toddler could see she's looking at Carl. Stop dreaming, you've got nothing. Exactly. Have you ever heard of the school beauty being this close to any other guy? It's only Cao, Liu Hao chimed in. I'm just trying to feel a sense of accomplishment. I didn't say she was definitely looking at me, Sun Liang said, scratching his head awkwardly. Zhao Hai and Liu Hao rolled their eyes and went back to eating. Xia Shihan's unusual behavior caught Cao Ning's attention. Xia Shan and Xu Lan were talking and laughing, but their eyes kept glancing over this way. His gut told him that nothing good was coming. Cao Ning sighed and took a sip of the bubble tea. I don't know if having a wife like this is a blessing or a curse. PFF'd. My God, why is this tea so sweet? Did they put all the sugar in the world in here? Cao Ning couldn't hold it back and sprayed it out. He looked up, and then saw Xia Shihan in the distance. The latter was laughing so hard she couldn't straighten up. Holy cow, so the school beauty was staring this way just to wait for this moment, Zhao Hai gasped. If he hadn't dodged fast enough, he would have been a victim too. Cow, did you offend the school beauty? What kind of grudge is this? Did you cheat on her behind her back and get caught? Sun Liang joked with a laugh. Would you guys believe me if I said I didn't do anything? Cao Ning said bitterly. The three of them shook their heads in unison. We don't. The first class meeting for freshmen is usually extremely boring. Cao Ning's class advisor was a professor over 50, rumored to have worked at the provincial level, with extensive experience in archaeology. After arriving at the assigned classroom, as expected, of the 28 students in the class, every single one of them was a guy. Zhao Hai and the others were slumped over their desks listlessly. When they passed by the finance department's classroom earlier, they noticed the classroom was full of girls, with boys being as rare as phoenix feathers. Looking at their own class, it was truly the difference between heaven and hell. This is so dull. If I had known, I would have listened to my dad and applied to the normal university next door. I came here for the school beauty, but someone else beat me to the starting line. Now I'm stuck in this monastery. How am I supposed to fulfill my family's duty of carrying on the lineage? Don't just talk about yourself, I regret it too, sigh. How can there not be a single girl in our class? This is so boring. Even Sun Liang was feeling so depressed he was questioning his life. Looking at Cao Ning, he was sitting there listening to the professor attentively, completely unfazed. Cao, why are you so calm? Don't you feel like this monk's temple is too lonely? Sun Liang asked lethargically, and then got a flick to the forehead from Zhao Hai. You fool, Cao has the school beauty in his corner, how could he be the same as us? Sun Liang rolled his eyes. It's not official yet, who knows whose household registry she'll end up on. In Sun Liang's view, as long as there was no marriage certificate, anything was possible. Cao Ning didn't bother responding to his roommate's pointless whining. He was a family man after all, how could he be like these single dogs? Right now he was busy choosing gear for spirit hunting. Should I pick the Dragon Flame Spear or the Soul-Breaking Blade? The Dragon Flame Spear costs 50 billion red gold coins, and the Soul-Breaking Blade costs 10 billion. Both together would be 60 billion. That's way too expensive. Wouldn't it be better to spend all that money on a villa? Just as Cao Ning was feeling down, a warning box suddenly popped up on his system interface. Ding. System notice. Article 262. Volume 6 of the Underworld Civil Servant Operation Manual states that a ferryman is only entitled to one residential property and one car within the scope of their authority. What? System, why didn't you tell me sooner? If you had told me earlier, I would have just bought a limited edition Rolls-Royce. System, ferrymen can participate in the year-end civil service examination. Those who pass will have opportunities for promotion. Please keep working hard. Host. An exam? That is actually a thing. Cao Ning was absolutely stunned. He had been a ferryman for so many years, and this was the first time he had heard that underworld civil servants had to take an exam. But since the system said so, he might as well give it a try when the time comes. If by chance he passed the exam, then it would mean a life of sitting in an office, reading a newspaper and sipping tea. Finally, Cao Ning gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, deciding to buy both the Dragon Flame Spear and the Soul Breaker Blade at the same time. With these two items, given his current strength, taking care of small fries below the Ghost King level would be a piece of cake. He then spent over 180 billion on body tempering pills and soul gathering pills. These two items were extremely beneficial for ferrymen and could improve their strength in a short period of time. Cao Ning's current strength was only at the lowest rank of a ghost messenger. If he could fully absorb the 1,000 body tempering pills and 300 soul gathering pills he just bought, he could at least break through a level. He would reach the level of a ghost official. In classroom 322, the old professor was busy explaining the details of the military training, and Cao Ning wasn't idle either. He started refining and absorbing all 300 pills, and the system notification sound in his ears didn't stop for a moment. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 6th rank of Ghost Messenger. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 9th rank of Ghost Messenger. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 1st rank of Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 5th rank of Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 7th rank of Ghost Official. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the 9th rank of Ghost Official. Half an hour later, Cao Ning had successfully refined and absorbed all 300 pills. His strength level had unknowingly climbed to the 9th rank of Ghost Official. Just one step away from being a judge. After reaching the Ghost Official level, Cao Ning felt significantly lighter all over. The most critical point was that at the Ghost Official level, he could recruit his own ghost messengers. He would no longer have to struggle to go and guide the souls himself every single time. Ding system task refreshed. Task details. Go to Building 3 of the B-Zone Teaching Complex at Jianghai University and guide a soul. Danger level average. Task reward 100 million underworld gold coins. Cao Ning just finished his level up when he received the system's notification of a new task. However, compared to the ordinary tasks he usually encountered, an average level task was quite rare. Cao Ning had been a ferryman for over a decade. The only time he received an average level task was when he was 16. He was tasked with guiding an evil spirit that had already evolved. He almost died in the line of duty during that mission. Fortunately, the old man appeared just in time to resolve the crisis. Souls in the underworld also come in different grades. The lowest rank is the ordinary soul. Anything above that, due to the influence of grudges from their lifetime, is likely to evolve into one of 5 levels: resentful spirit, malicious spirit, evil spirit, fierce spirit, or ghost king. And the task prompt indicated that this was a soul at the late stage of a malicious spirit. Its grudge was extremely massive, and it had been wandering the local area for a long time. If Cao Ning hadn't suddenly leveled up, the system would not have been able to sense its existence at all. Building 3 B-Zone? Cao Ning had just started school and had absolutely no idea where the B-Zone teaching building was. But there was one glutton who definitely knew. Fatty, do you know where Building 3 of the B-Zone is? Cao Ning asked, tapping Zhao Hai on the shoulder. Damn it, Cao, can you not always call me Fatty? This is muscle, okay? Zhao Hai tried his best to show off his biceps, but it still couldn't hide the layers of fat flowing over his abdomen. Alright, muscle, then do you know where the B-Zone is? Cao Ning nodded along. Of course I know where the B-Zone is. I studied Jiangda University inside and out back then for the sake of Xia Shihan. But if you want to go to that place, I advise you not to. As Zhao Hai mentioned that place, he became so nervous that even his crow's feet appeared. Why? Cao Ning asked in confusion. Because that place is unclean, Zhao Hai whispered. I checked out some gossip about the B-Zone before. I heard that the B-Zone used to be the main teaching area of the school, but I don't know why later on. A female student suddenly hanged herself in the classroom. The most terrifying thing is that the girl was wearing a red dress when she died. Ever since she died, that teaching area has often been haunted. It's said that people have even seen that girl appear there. Her appearance after death was terrifying, and everyone says it's the lady in red wandering around. A few years ago, several students had already died there. At that time, the school even hired a master to perform a ritual, who knew that the master would jump off the building to his death the very same day. Because of that, the teaching area was abandoned. Are you talking about that huge piece of wasteland on the west side of the school? Cao Ning noticed that place when he first entered the school. He was even curious at the time why the school would leave such a large piece of land unused. So it was because of this. That's exactly the place. The school authorities suppressed this whole thing long ago. Not many people know about it now. But I advise you not to go there, so you don't bring trouble upon yourself, Zhao Hai warned. Hey fatty, stop talking, you're giving me goosebumps. Liu Hao rubbed his arms, feeling a chill running down his back. Look how scared you are. Don't worry with me here. The lady in red won't come looking for you guys. After saying that, Zhao Hai started bragging. Cao Ning was lost in thought. Now it seems that the malicious spirit notified by the system must refer to this lady in red. The first class meeting ended quickly, basically letting everyone introduce themselves. And then the head teacher introduced the precautions for military training. On the way back to the dormitory, Cao Ning pretended to have a stomachache and quietly snuck away. This was also to prevent the other three from following him and affecting his performance. Cao Ning followed the small trail behind the A-Zone teaching building and quietly headed west. Just at that moment, this scene was discovered by Xie Shihan, who had just come out of the library. What on earth is this guy up to, acting all sneaky? Could he have found someone else so soon? Xie Shihan muttered to herself. Although Xie Shihan didn't really have any feelings for Cao Ning, he was after all her legally wedded husband. If he really did find someone new, she should at least prepare herself mentally. Thinking of this, Xie Shihan decided to follow him quietly to see what was going on. Cao Ning crossed the small woods, and in front of him was a wire fence. It was likely meant to keep unsuspecting students from sneaking in. But that wouldn't stop Cao Ning. He took the soul-breaking blade directly out of his system backpack, and with a light swipe, he cut a large hole in the wire fence. He walked a short distance, and the B-block teaching building appeared before his eyes. This was a teaching area composed of 3 interconnected buildings. But now, it was impossible to tell which one was the third building. The ferryman's telepathy required him to be within at least 50 meters to sense the exact location of a restless spirit. Cao Ning walked along the path overgrown with weeds. It seemed like no one had been here for a very long time. The weeds in the open space grew taller than a person in some places. Meanwhile, Xie Shihan, who had been following behind, somehow ended up losing sight of Cao Ning. Looking back at the path she had just taken, it seemed even more eerie and terrifying under the dark moonlight. Xie Shihan was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. As a young girl, she had never been to such a terrifying place. But because she was naturally headstrong, she didn't want to startle Cao Ning, so as not to let him make fun of her. So she had to keep walking along the path, clutching her anti-wolf spray tightly in her hand, hoping to see Cao Ning around some corner. The surrounding teaching buildings were in disrepair, and even the windows were covered with a thick layer of dust. The long corridor was dead silent, without a single speck of light. She could only move forward slowly by the light of the moon. Cao Ning, why aren't you showing up yet? Xie Shihan walked nervously to the second floor, looking across the long corridor, but there was no sign of Cao Ning anywhere. All there was endless fear and gloom. Xie Shihan wandered alone in the corridor when suddenly a gust of cold wind blew through. A piece of glass suddenly fell from a neglected window. It shattered into pieces. Ah! The sudden occurrence made Xia Shihan scream in terror. Her scream echoed through the corridor. Listening to her surroundings, there were still no footsteps, only the sound of wind blowing through the corridor. In such an environment, the fear in Xia Shihan's heart grew even deeper. She regretted it. Xia Shihan was now blaming herself, wondering why she had even followed him here. So what if he was seeing someone else? She could just get a divorce. She no longer cared why Cao Ning had come to this place. Now she just wanted to get out of here immediately. Xia Shihan walked up the stairs, hoping to find the path she had come from. Just as she reached the third floor, a red shadow suddenly drifted past behind her. Without a single sound, on the third floor corridor, there were some old-fashioned flashlights and things that looked like copper coins. The classroom doors along the corridor were locked, but there was a huge hole in the window, as if something had crashed through it. A corner of the opposite railing was also missing. Xia Shihan walked forward slowly. Suddenly, it sounded like something made a noise behind her. She whipped her head around. There was nothing there. When she turned back around again, in front of her, out of nowhere, a woman in a red gauze dress with disheveled hair appeared. The woman was hovering, her face as pale as snow, and there was a deep red mark on her neck. Her eyes were staring right at her. It was the girl in red. Ah! Xia Shihan was so terrified she scrambled to run away. She had heard stories about the girl in red, but she had never believed they were true, let alone where the incidents had actually taken place. Xia Shihan fled in a panic. Just as she hid behind a trash can on the side, a head slowly drifted out from beyond the railing nearby. Ha ha ha, 15 years, finally someone else has come. Stay and keep me company. The girl in red's voice echoed through the corridor. Xia Shihan screamed and continued to run for her life. Just as she ran to the 5th floor, there were suddenly several more white-clad restless spirits on the passage in front of her. Among them were men and women, and even a Taoist priest in robes. They were all battered and bloody, with fresh blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had all died from falling from a great height. Slowly, all the restless spirits gathered around. She was blocked in the middle of the corridor. Xia Shihan backed up step by step toward the railing. Seeing that the spirits were about to reach her, Xia Shihan's heart was pounding out of her chest. Don't come any closer, don't come any closer. Crack! Perhaps because it had been neglected for so long, the railing broke. Ah! Losing her balance, Xia Shihan tumbled right through the gap. Just at that critical moment, a black shadow flashed by, catching Xia Shihan accurately and pulling her tightly into his arms. Cao Ning! Xia Shihan was so scared her face had turned pale. But she recognized the man in front of her immediately. You silly girl, who told you to come here? Cao Ning snorted coldly. If he hadn't heard Xia Shihan's scream just now, he wouldn't even have known she was here. I thought you... Xia Shihan's voice was as small as it could possibly be. Gone was her aloofness from during the day. Who are you to dare trespass on my turf? At this moment, the girl in red chased after them, followed by 7 or 8 other restless spirits. Stand behind me, we'll talk later. Cao Ning dropped his usual playful demeanor. At this moment, he looked like a judge standing between heaven and earth, inspiring awe in everyone. Xia Shihan didn't dare disobey Cao Ning's command and obediently hid behind him. So you are the girl in red, Cao Ning scoffed. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after so many years someone would still remember me, the girl in red sneered. Since you are already dead, why haven't you reported to the underworld instead of causing chaos here? Are you not afraid of being cast into the Avisi Hell and never being able to be reincarnated? Avisi Hell? If I were afraid of being cast into hell, I wouldn't have waited here for so many years. So that's the girl in red? Xia Shihan poked her little head out and looked at Cao Ning. Compared to just a moment ago, having Cao Ning by her side truly made her feel much more at ease. For some reason, being with him always gave her an indescribable sense of security. Cao Ning nodded and turned to look at the girl in red standing before him. "We are all classmates, so why are you so determined to make things difficult for the students of this school?" Before coming here, Cao Ning had tried to check the Book of Life and Death, but he found very little information. He only knew her real name was Lu Hongying and that she had hanged herself in a classroom 15 years ago. The state of her death was terrifyingly gruesome. He knew nothing else. Classmates, they all deserve to die. Hearing the word classmates, Lu Hongying became significantly more agitated. Then, after I was raped by that man named Zhu, they mocked and slandered me every single moment behind my back. I hate them, and I hate everyone in this school. I want them all to stay here and be buried with me. I remember now. Hearing Lu Hongying say this, Xia Shihan suddenly recalled some things she had heard before. The girl in red was a junior back then. I heard she was locked in an office by a teacher and raped. After the incident, that teacher was arrested by the police and supposedly sentenced to several years in prison. However, not long after that, the girl was driven to suicide by hanging herself due to the gossip and rumors. Ever since then, the university has been haunted. Everyone says the girl in red has come back for revenge. In the middle of the night, students often jump to their deaths from the building where she died. I never expected all of this to be true. Senior, the teacher who harmed you has already been dismissed from his position by the school. He received the retribution he deserved, so you shouldn't go on hurting your fellow students. Xia Shihan summoned all her courage to shout. Lu Hongying was unmoved. That Zhao fellow only served a few extra years in prison. He could still start a new life after getting out, but what about me? Everyone was gossiping about me behind my back. Her. Lu Hongying pointed at a female ghost with a blank expression standing behind her. She told all my friends that I was dirty, and she even peeked at my notebook and made all my secrets public. Doesn't she deserve to die? Him. Lu Hongying pointed at another male student. He abused me privately in every way possible. If I didn't submit to him, he threatened to tell everyone that I had been raped. Doesn't he deserve to die? Him. Her. And him. Lu Hongying pointed at all the vengeful spirits behind her one by one. They all deserve to die. No, as long as they belong to this school, they all deserve to die. If it weren't for the wretched barrier suppressing me here, I would have turned this place into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood long ago. As she said this, a towering resentment erupted from Lu Hongying. Boom! In an instant, a red light flashed. Lu Hongying's face became ferocious. Blood was streaming from her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. An evil spirit, Cao Ning exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected that by dwelling on her past grievances, Lu Hongying had inadvertently gathered enough intense resentment. She had instantly broken through from a malevolent spirit into an evil spirit. Her power had increased several times over. It seems heaven wants you all to stay here and keep me company today, so you can only blame yourselves. Lu Hongying hovered in mid-air, her eyes already stained red by blood. Do you really think you can handle me? Cao Ning gave a cold laugh. You originally had a chance to be reincarnated, but now that you've turned into an evil spirit, I cannot let you continue to wreak havoc. Is that so? Lu Hongying bared her fangs and waved her hand. The vengeful spirits that were originally standing behind her began to attack Cao Ning. Cheap tricks, daring to show off in front of me. Before anyone knew it, a dragon-patterned fire musket had appeared in Cao Ning's hand. With a few loud bangs of gunfire, dragon flames roared out, and those vengeful spirits were instantly scattered into oblivion. A ghost official. Only now did Lu Hongying realize Cao Ning's true identity. Cao Ning held up his gun and aimed directly at Lu Hongying. I'll give you two choices. Either submit to me, or I will immediately scatter your soul into nothingness. You have 5 seconds to consider. Sanskrit chants echoed, vast as the heavens. The majestic power of the underworld pressed down on her, leaving her unable to breathe. Lu Hongying was filled with fear. Her first instinct was that she had been set up. A ghost official is different from a mere ghost messenger. Possessing supreme spiritual power, even a third-tier ghost king wouldn't dare to easily defy the will of a ghost official. Not to mention she was just an evil spirit who had barely survived her tribulation. Going head-to-head would only lead to a dead end. But she was unwilling to just submit like this. Kill me if you want. Don't even think about making me submit to you. 1. Go ahead and do it. I'm not afraid of you. 2. You? What exactly do you want me to do for you? Lu Hongying was starting to panic. 3. You. Lu Hongying was too nervous to speak. 4. Greetings, master. Lu Hongying knelt on one knee and bowed. Overwhelmed by the pressure, she finally chose to submit. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd done this earlier? Cao Ning gave a faint smile. He put away the dragon flame gun and tossed her a spirit-binding pill. The spirit-binding pill is a common method for ferrymen to sign contracts with spirits, and it is a way to control them. Should a spirit ever try to betray their ferryman, the ferryman need only have a single thought to scatter their soul. Of course, taking the pill also has benefits for the spirit, helping them greatly cleanse the resentment from their bodies. So they are no longer controlled by their own malice. Think carefully. Once you take the spirit-binding pill, there is no turning back. Lu Hongying hesitated for a moment, then finally chose to take the pill. As soon as Lu Hongying swallowed the pill, the resentment on her body dissipated by more than half. Her originally ferocious, bleeding face also returned to the way she looked in life. Looking closely, she didn't seem any different from a normal person. She was actually quite pretty. It's no wonder she was envied by others when she was alive. Greetings, master. Cao Ning nodded. He was quite satisfied with having an evil spirit-level subordinate. Rest assured, as long as you guide 9,999 souls for me, I will dissolve your contract and send you to be reincarnated. Hearing this, Lu Hongying was clearly tempted. The reason she hadn't gone for reincarnation before was partly due to the barrier restricting her here. The other part was that her resentment was too heavy, and she couldn't cross the bridge of helplessness. That was why she chose to descend into complete obsession. Now that she heard she still had a chance, how could she not be ecstatic? Thank you, master. Hongying is willing to be at your beck and call. Cao Ning nodded with satisfaction, and then he put her into his soul-capturing bag, planning to arrange her guide work when there's an opportunity. Looking at Xia Shihan behind him, she had been left dumbfounded by the whole scene. Cao Ning, who exactly are you? Only after Lu Hongying vanished into thin air did Xia Shan, who had been in a daze, finally come to her senses. Even a cutie could tell. Cao Ning was definitely no ordinary person. Cao Ning smiled, then placed his hand on her head. Erase memory.
Shihan, wake up. Lanlan, why am I here? Xia Shihan heard someone calling her in her sleep, and when she opened her eyes, she realized it was Shu Lan. She looked around. The place was brightly lit, clean and tidy. Bookshelves were neatly arranged everywhere. Why am I in the library? Xia Shihan rubbed her head, trying hard to stay awake. That is exactly what I should be asking you. Hemp, you just left without a word, didn't even tell me. If Cao Ning hadn't brought you back, I would have been afraid you'd gotten yourself lost. Hey, tell me, did you sneak off on a date with Cao Ning? Go on, what are you blathering about? Xia Shihan pushed Xu Lan away and looked around again. Where is Cao Ning? Where did he go? Oh my. You miss him already after such a short time? You two must have something going on. Xu Lan looked like she had discovered a huge secret, and couldn't stop smiling from ear to ear. Xia Shihan pouted and said huffily, Lanlan, if you don't tell me, I won't talk to you anymore. Diggle. Xu Lan covered her mouth and chuckled. All right. I will tell you, okay? Your Cao Ning called me and said you were asleep, and asked me to bring you back. I told him I was at the library, so he dropped you off and left. Hey, tell me, where did you two go? Did you sneak off to the woods? Xu Lan was truly acting like a gossip queen. She never got tired of digging for dirt. Forget it, I definitely didn't. Xia Xiahan felt extremely embarrassed. You're blushing! Xu Lan laughed so hard she could barely stand straight. See, you say you didn't, but when Cao Ning brought you back, there were clearly dried leaves on him. I saw them. Tell me, did you two roll around together? Come on, tell me. Xu Lan started tickling Xia Xihan as she spoke. The commotion drew cold glares from the people around them. Stop it, let me think. Xia Xian rubbed her head and thought hard. Where did I go? Oh my head hurts so much. Why can't I remember anything? Ah, Xihan, you don't think that bad boy Cao Ning drugged you and did something to you, do you? Xu Lan covered her mouth in shock. Xia Xihan's face flushed red and she rolled her eyes. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm on my period, you know that. Xia Xihan's voice got quieter and quieter, until she could barely hear herself. Fine, I won't ask, let's head back now. Xu Lan stood up, put on her backpack, and turned to look at Xia Xihan with a mischievous smile. Xihan, remember what to say when we get back. We went shopping, not to the library to study for the teaching certificate exam, okay? Xia Xian grabbed Xu Lan's arm and gave an awkward smile. Right, we went shopping. Wouldn't want to get in the way of your competitive studying. It's Zhao Mina's fault for always enticing me to play games while she secretly studies for the exam. I just have to outdo her. Xu Lan pouted her lips high. After she finished speaking, she didn't forget to grab Xia Xihan, planning to buy some good food later to reward herself. Xia Xian sighed and shook her head. A cool breeze blew past the window. She looked to the side at the abandoned building B, a hint of fear in her eyes. Xihan, let's go. Okay, coming? Xia Xihan answered, grabbed her bag, and followed her. Early the next morning, explosive news took over all the media platforms in Jiangning City. Viewers, we are currently at Building B of Jianghai University. As you can see, the area has been cordoned off, and provincial archaeological experts have arrived overnight. According to anonymous online reports, there is an ancient tomb thousands of years old located 100 meters beneath this teaching block. It is reported that the staff on site have already discovered a robber's hole and found some porcelain fragments. Archaeological excavations are currently underway. Jianghai University Boys Dormitory. Breaking news. Zhao Hai ran back to the dorm with his pants not fully zipped up. Isn't it just an ancient tomb found in Building B? What's the big deal? The forums have been buzzing about it for ages. Sun Liang was tidying up his military training uniform methodically, not even bothering to look at him. Fatty, you're already behind the times, Liu Hao added. What, you guys already knew? Zhao Hai deflated like a punctured balloon. He had wanted to show off, but ended up looking like a clown. Hey, Fatty, where are you going? We're about to assemble, Sun Liang asked urgently. There's still a few minutes, I can still go. Zhao Hai ran off without looking back. Everyone was speechless for 3 seconds. After a brief silence, Sun Liang looked at Cao Ning, who was grooming his short hair. Old cow, whose grave do you think would be buried 100 meters underground? How afraid of tomb raiders could they have been? Not sure, we'll have to wait for the experts' findings. But someone buried that deep must have been a big deal, Cao Ning said calmly, stroking his hair. In reality, he was the one who reported it. Lu Hongying told Cao Ning. There was an ancient tomb 100 meters underground, and the tomb contained a massive formation. That was why the spirits who died there were eternally trapped. And that old Taoist was actually a tomb raider. He dug a hole, didn't expect to be consumed by the yin energy, which disordered his mind, and eventually, in a delirium, he jumped to his death. Following Lu Hongying's guidance, Cao Ning found the robber's hole, snapped a few photos, and emailed them to the Provincial Cultural Relic Protection Department. That led to what happened the next morning. That's true. The school didn't find anything when they laid the foundations. How did those Tomb Raiders find it? Those guys are actually pretty impressive. You don't know? Modern Tomb Raiders have high-end equipment. They have specialized detection tools that can detect metal 100 meters underground, Liu Hao said as he pushed up his glasses seriously. Really? How do you know that? Sun Liang asked in surprise. Liu Hao lifted his chin proudly. Haven't you read those tomb raiding novels? They're all in there. I've told you before, read more books and broaden your knowledge. Yeah, you're the only one who knows everything, okay. Sun Liang rolled his eyes. Alright, it's about time. We need to go assemble. Being late on the first day is just asking for a lecture from the instructor. Cao Ning intervened to smooth things over. What about Fatty? He's still doing his business, Sun Liang said awkwardly. Cao Ning spread his hands. What else can we do? Go drag him out, I guess. 7 in the morning. Cao Ning and his roommates grabbed a few steamed buns from a convenience store downstairs and hurried to the basketball court to assemble. The archaeology department didn't have many students, so they were arranged to gather with the freshmen from the music department at the basketball court. 7 or 8 neat formations were lined up on the basketball court. By the time the 4 of them arrived with buns in their mouths, the instructor had already arrived. The teams were easy to identify. The formation with more girls was the music department. And if it was all guys, that was definitely the archaeology department's formation. It's over. Fatty, I told you not to drag your feet. Look, we're late on our first day. We're gonna get lectured for sure, Sun Liang said anxiously. I didn't want this either, but my stomach just wouldn't cooperate. What could I do? Zhao Hai mumbled. Alright, stop talking, let's just go over and take whatever is coming to us, Cao Ning said helplessly. Getting stuck with such unreliable roommates, he had already prepared himself to get reprimanded. What's wrong with you 4, late on the first day? Get ready for push-ups. The one speaking was an instructor in his 20s. Standing at 1.70 m, with a buzz cut and a muscular build, he looked very spirited. Report instructor, we didn't mean to be late. My stomach was acting up. That is no excuse for being late. Get ready for 20 push-ups. Zhao Hai was interrupted by the instructor before he could finish his sentence. Instructor, be swift and decisive, execute the order immediately. Report instructor, I am finished. Just as Zhao Hai was arguing with the instructor, Cao Ning had already finished 20 push-ups in one go. Wow, he is so cool. The girls from the music academy nearby all noticed Cao Ning's performance and exclaimed in admiration. The instructor was also taken aback. Don't let Cao Ning's slight frame fool you. I didn't expect him to be so fast at push-ups. The college students he had trained in the past, let alone 20, some couldn't even do 10. Man, Cao, you're being a bit heartless. You did those so fast. How are we supposed to survive? Zhao Hai muttered quietly. Piece of cake. Don't mention 20, even 200 would be no problem, Cao Ning said smugly. Who told you to talk? The instructor had sharp ears and had heard Cao Ning's words clearly. 200 push-ups are no problem. Fine, then get ready for 300 push-ups. Instructor, Zhao Hai's face turned pale. 300 push-ups, doing that would surely be the end of him. You must shout report before you speak, the instructor scolded. Report, yes, instructor. Without waiting for Zhao Hai to plead for him, Cao Ning accepted the challenge directly. He hadn't worked out in a while, so he might as well use this opportunity to stretch his muscles. No, Cao, don't try to be a hero. Zhao Hai panicked. He was the one who caused the trouble, and if he ended up exhausting Cao Ning, his guilt would be too much to bear. But the scene that followed left him completely stunned. Cao Ning's push-up form was not only perfect but also incredibly fast. 101, 102, 103, 158, 200! Liu Hao, who was counting, shouted louder and louder as he went on. The attention of the girls from the music academy nearby was all drawn to him. Even the senior students passing by couldn't help but pull out their phones to record a video. 218, 219, 220. Wow, wow. The girls watching nearby all screamed in surprise. Even the instructors from the neighboring formations couldn't help but gather around. This kid is something else. He actually did over 200 in one go. Not bad at all, he's a natural for the military. It's rare. I've been training college students for 4 or 5 years, and this is the first time I've seen a guy with such incredible physical fitness. While doing the push-ups, Cao Ning didn't even break a sweat. This amount of training was completely like child's play to him. Just playing around. It is worth mentioning that after Cao Ning ascended to the rank of Ghost Officer, not only did his physical fitness improve significantly, but his looks were also constantly refining. When he looked in the mirror this morning, his skin tone was noticeably fairer and smoother. If his attractiveness was only 70 points before, it was at least 85 points now. 298, 299, 300! As soon as Liu Hao finished counting, the girls on the field went wild. Wow, that handsome guy is so amazing. If my ex-boyfriend were this impressive, I definitely wouldn't have broken up with him. Modern guys can't even do 300 push-ups. No wonder they can't find girlfriends. Does anyone know that handsome guy? I really want to add his WeChat. The instructor nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Join your team. Thank you, instructor. Cao Ning winked triumphantly at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai understood immediately. However, before he could run back into the formation, he was stopped by the instructor. You 3 haven't finished your push-ups yet. The instructor pointed at Liu Hao and Sun Liang and said, You 2 do 20 push-ups. And you 30 push-ups. PF'd. Liu Hao and Sun Liang almost burst out laughing. Why? Zhao Hai was dumbfounded. Why do they get to do 20 and I have to do 30? The instructor gave him a cold sidelong glance. They don't talk as much as you do. The last one who talked that much did 300. If you have any objections, I can treat you the same. Women's dormitory. Xia Shihan was wearing an ice silk camisole nightgown, snuggled up in her bed, getting her beauty sleep. Her slender, long, fair legs were crossed over the quilt, and the hollow area near her chest revealed smooth, white, and round skin. Her exquisite features made her look as beautiful as a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. She was clutching a small teddy bear tightly in her arms. After returning to the dormitory last night, Xia Shihan thought over and over for a long time. The horrifying shadow of the senior in the red dress in her mind just wouldn't fade away, and she couldn't sleep until very late. Plus, on the campus forum, she sent over a dozen friend requests to Cao Ning, but he rejected all of them. It made her so angry she almost ran to the boys' dormitory to pound him. The other 3 in the dormitory were the same. During the break before the sophomore and junior years started, they usually wouldn't get up until noon. Seniors, time to wake up. Start your day early for a happy day. Seniors, time to wake up. Outside the dormitory came the sound of wake-up calls one after another. Thousands of freshmen were yelling at the top of their lungs. The voices were loud and synchronized, more effective than a loudspeaker. Oh my, who is that? Who is yelling outside so early in the morning? Do people not need their sleep? Zhao Mina covered her head with her pillow, but it was to no avail. Shihan, is it someone confessing to you downstairs again? Sulan mumbled sleepily. Xia Shihan lifted her head. Yeah, woo. She lowered her head and went back to sleep. Seniors, time to wake up. Wait, that sounds like freshmen shouting slogans. Zhao Mina sat up abruptly. Wearing her cartoon nightgown with her long legs exposed, she trotted out to the balcony. Come take a look, everyone, it really is the freshmen shouting slogans. Right next to the dormitory building where Xia Shihan lives is the basketball court. Standing on the balcony, you can see 7 or 8 neat square formations arranged down there. In previous years, students in military training would at most sing to the seniors passing by. This year, they've really come up with something new. Come over and take a look, hurry up. There's a new trending topic on the forum. Liu Ting, a cute girl with big eyes, shouted excitedly while holding a tablet. The few people who were originally watching from the balcony all gathered around. Shihan, could it be that some handsome guy has come up with another new trick? Liu Lan teased with a smirk. Go away. Shihan rolled her eyes and ignored her. On the tablet screen, there was a man in a military training uniform doing push-ups. There were many girls around him screaming like crazy. Doing push-ups during military training is a common occurrence. But the most important thing was the number of reps that guy was doing. My God, 300! He actually did 300 push-ups in one go. Just how strong must he be down there? Zhao Mina subconsciously opened her mouth, her lips moving, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Shihan, that person, isn't that? Liu Lan looked at Shihan subconsciously. I don't know him. Shihan smiled awkwardly. Wait, no, there must be something going on here. My darling Shihan, do you know that handsome guy? Seeing Shihan's embarrassed expression, Zhao Mina suddenly became interested. She went up and wrapped her arms around Shihan's slim waist, reaching out to lift her chin. My darling Shihan, have you been keeping a boy toy behind my back? Although Zhao Mina is not as beautiful as Shihan, she is still a bona fide beauty in her own right. And there are quite a few boys chasing her. With the two of them acting so flirtatiously, it almost felt like there was a bit of a sapphic vibe going on. Oh, stop talking nonsense, I don't even know that big bear. Shihan pushed Zhao Mina away and said, feigning annoyance. The reason she called him a big bear is simply because Cao Ning's forum account uses an avatar of Xiang Er. Wow, you say you don't know him, but you just gave yourself away. Zhao Mina was as excited as if she had discovered a new world. Tell me, how far have you two gone? Did you kiss? Did you go to a hotel? Is he good in bed? Hearing Zhao Mina say this, Shihan's little face turned red instantly. Zhao Mina is a queen of the dating scene. There isn't anything she hasn't seen. But Shihan is different. She hasn't even held a boy's hand yet. Oh, what are you saying? I don't know him well at all. It's true that they're not well acquainted. They just met yesterday. Even though they just got their marriage certificate. Really? Zhao Mina showed a playful look on her face. Since you don't know him well, then I'm going to make my move. I love boy toys the most. They are gentle, considerate, and know how to take care of people. Considerate? Gentle? Where on earth did you get that from? In your dreams? Shihan smiled without saying a word. If she had to experience the nightmare she went through last night, she probably wouldn't be saying that. On the other side, Cao Ning had been standing at attention for 45 minutes. As soon as they were dismissed, Sun Liang next to him was falling apart. No way, this military training is just too exhausting. Does anyone have a way to help me get out of it? I'll treat you to a big meal later. Sun Liang is a pampered boy who hasn't suffered since he was a kid, let alone done any exercise. 45 minutes of standing at attention was enough to cost him half his life. There is a way, but I don't know if you can handle it. Cao Ning teased with a smile. Sun Liang became energetic as soon as he heard that. Tell me quickly, as long as it helps me avoid military training, no matter how difficult it is, I will overcome it. Cao Ning laughed and pointed to the green belt nearby, saying, see there, aren't there plenty of ready-made models under the shade of the trees? Why don't you just copy them? Cao Ning, you jerk. Sun Liang rolled his eyes at him and then complained resentfully. Our physical structures are different. Can I just have a period? You can try pretending, Zhao Hai chimed in. Screw you. Sun Liang couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to those two anymore. All they ever give are terrible ideas. God, how great would it be if a beautiful girl suddenly brought me a cup of milk tea? You're dreaming of eating something impossible. Fatty, do you know how to talk? If you can't talk properly, keep your mouth shut. What if I'm so charming that wait, holy crap, there actually is one. Before Sun Liang could finish speaking, he saw a girl with long flowing hair, wearing a floral dress and white canvas shoes, walking towards them. And she was holding a cup of milk tea. The others followed his gaze. Sure enough, the girl was bright-eyed, white-toothed, and looked sweet and lovely. Although she didn't have the noble aura unique to a goddess like Xia Shihan, she had a kind of elegant beauty typical of a girl next door. My God, isn't that the commoner school belle, Li Weiwei? I thought she took a leave of absence, why is she back? In the squad, some boys had previously inquired about the beauty resources at Jiangda University. They were naturally familiar with Li Weiwei, who came from a poor background. I heard she took a leave because she had to take care of her paralyzed grandfather. Yeah, I heard that too, but it seems her grandfather passed away a couple of days ago. Oh, that explains it. Wait, is the school belle coming towards our squad? Is she bringing me milk tea? Brother, stop dreaming, she's clearly coming for me. Li Weiwei's appearance added sudden excitement to the dull and boring military training. Li Weiwei, at 1.68 meters, not only had a slender and delicate figure, but also possessed fair and smooth skin. Not only did the boys love looking at her, even the girls were envious. It's her? Cao Ning recognized Li Weiwei. She was the girl with the yin-yang eyes. And her family also had some connection to Zhao Li. Look, the school belle is coming towards us. Zhao Hai was beyond excited. His restless hands kept straightening his clothes, and he stood as straight as a board. Liu Hao and Sun Liang were doing exactly the same. Cao Ning? Hello, I'm Li Weiwei, we meet again. Li Weiwei walked up to Cao Ning shyly. Her slight smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. With just one sentence, her clear, sweet voice had already left the surrounding boys completely spellbound. Cao Ning smiled, revealing two small dimples on his cheeks. Hello, I didn't expect to run into you here. Have you taken care of everything at home? Yes. Li Weiwei nodded. I didn't get a chance to thank you last time, please you must accept this milk tea. Li Weiwei held the milk tea with both hands and offered it to Cao Ning. The faint smile on her face was so sincere and sweet. Wow. At that very moment, all the boys and girls watching from the sidelines let out a scream. A gentle breeze blew across Li Weiwei's skirt and hair, creating a romantic atmosphere that sent ripples through the quiet basketball court once again. Thank you, but I hope you can keep this a secret for me. Cao Ning really couldn't bear to refuse. But considering his identity, he still whispered a reminder. Li Weiwei nodded her pretty head. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. This is a secret between the two of us. Li Weiwei smiled even more sweetly. As time passed, on the Jianghai University campus forum. One moment. The video of Cao Ning doing push-ups was still at the top of the board. The next moment, a photo of the popular campus beauty Li Weiwei bringing milk tea to a freshman instantly swept the entire trending list. The comments and likes below exploded instantly. Subi's #1 handsome. Love it, love it. Our little Weiwei is finally back. I'm heading back to campus to check in right now. Jiangda Needle. Wow, my wife looks even prettier after not seeing her for a few days. Top dog of transportation at Jiangda Needle. Hey brother, your focus is a bit off. Shouldn't you be saying you've been cheated on again? Old Green next door. At top dog of transportation. His head has probably been a grassland for a long time now. Jiangda Needle. At top dog of transportation at Old Green next door. Can a guy just be happy? Shihan's #1 fan. By the way, does anyone else find that guy familiar? Waiting online. Jiangbei Needle. At Shihan's #1 fan. What kind of eyesight do you have? You didn't recognize him. Shihan's rumored boyfriend. Hoi loves jungle. Damn, you're right. Why is this guy everywhere? It's bad enough he snatched Xia Shihan, but now he's hooked up with Li Weiwei too. Does he even leave any hope for us single guys? Shihan's #1 fan. Need his identity. As a handsome guy myself, I refuse to accept this. Jiangda Needle, at Shihan's #1 fan. Not accepting it won't change anything. Don't you realize that's the same guy who did 300 push-ups? Shihan's #1 fan, sweating. Shihan, something terrible has happened. In the girls' dormitory. Liu Lan ran in, breathless and frantic, and grabbed Xia Shihan by the arm. Xia Shihan was curled up in a hanging chair binge-watching a show, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Slow down, the sky isn't falling. Watch, Jungxian is about to confess to the heroine. Wow, so romantic. Xia Shihan crossed her hands and kept her eyes fixed on the tablet. Oh, Shihan. Liu Lan reached over and slammed the tablet shut. Forget the romance. If you keep being romantic, your big bear of a boyfriend is about to be stolen away. Xia Shihan paused for 2 seconds, then acted like it was nothing and picked up the tablet to resume her show. I thought it was something major. It's no big deal. Xia Shihan didn't care at all. For one thing, Cao Ning has high standards, and he wouldn't just like anyone. For another, they have already registered their marriage. Where could he even go? At worst, they'd just divorce. Shihan, do you even know who the other person is? Liu Lan slammed the tablet shut again. Li Weiwei. It's her. Now Xia Shihan couldn't stay calm anymore. She knew who Li Weiwei was. She was also very pretty, the second-ranked beauty of Jianghai University. She didn't have much media exposure, so besides the students on campus, hardly anyone else knew her. When did she get tangled up with Cao Ning? Xia Shihan asked, puzzled. Liu Lan shook her head. I don't know either, but when she went to the basketball court to bring him milk tea earlier, someone took a picture of them. Now the campus forum is full of photos of the two of them. Is that so? Xia Shihan closed the mini window and opened the forum homepage. Sure enough, the photo of Cao Ning and Li Weiwei had already been pinned to the top, and everyone was commenting below. In just 1 hour, there were over 999 comments. Liu Lan browsed through a few messages. Shihan, look at what they're writing here. What? Wow, they look so good together, even more eye-pleasing than Jai and Na. Ugh, that gave me goosebumps. This one, CP of the year. Hope the handsome guy and pretty girl have a cute baby soon. And this one too. I told you the guy and Xia Shihan weren't a match. Finally, the lovers are together. Xia Shihan's face darkened instantly. Although she couldn't say she loved Cao Ning yet. Ever since what happened last night, she at least didn't dislike him anymore. When all is said and done, Cao Ning was her legally wedded husband. Being cheated on for no reason? How could she possibly let that slide? Cao Ning, you just wait. Xia Shihan silently clenched her little fists, and the way she pouted was simply adorable. An hour later, Xia Shihan had changed her clothes and even applied some light makeup. This completely shocked everyone else in the dorm. After being roommates with her for a year, aside from performances, they had never seen Xia Shihan dress up and apply makeup so seriously. With this peerless beauty, even if she went to compete for Miss Asia, she'd definitely be in the top 3. Xia Shihan walked to the dormitory door, turned around elegantly, and gave a charming wink. Girls, watch me go and get back at them. Liu Lan, Zhao Mina, Liu Ting. All 3 of them had a bad feeling. Enemy forces will reach the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please get ready. At this moment, a very fitting warning sound came from the game. It's just a shame that Cao Ning couldn't hear it. On the basketball court, Cao Ning was leisurely drinking the milk tea brought by Li Weiwei, making all the single guys around him extremely jealous. Old Cao, if you want to drink your milk tea, fine, but laughing out loud like that is your fault. Zhao Hai stared at him with disdain. Exactly, and you're even slurping. Are you afraid others don't know you're drinking milk tea? Liu Hao echoed. Damn it, why is it that every pretty girl has something to do with you? How is Fatty ever going to carry on the family line like this? Damn it, old son, don't drag me into this while you're talking. Zhao Hai grumbled with a sideways glance. Burp. Cao Ning let out a satisfied burp and exhaled. The taste is good, it's just a bit small. Wait, why are you all looking at me? Are you guys not thirsty? Is the school no longer providing you with warmth, or have the drinks at the convenience store sold out? If you're thirsty, don't hold back. Should I treat you guys? Cao Ning probed. The three of them looked at each other and then stood up. That's more like it. At least you still have a conscience. Zhao Hai rolled his eyes. Let's go, I want a Red Bull. I want a Jianlebao. I'll take whatever. But I didn't bring any money. How about one of you covers for me first? As soon as Cao Ning finished speaking, he could clearly feel a thick murderous aura. The three of them exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Brothers, get him. Zhao Hai ran over with an evil grin. 1 second he could grab Cao Ning's arm, the next he was on the ground. Before anyone could even see what happened, Cao Ning had sat on him. Tieski, fatty, I told you to practice more, you didn't listen, now you've fallen for it. Trying a sneak attack, fatty, that's not very honorable of you. Liu Hao and Sun Liang immediately tried to clear their names. Yeah, Heozi is right. We're all in the same dorm, we should love each other, right, Brother Ning? You too. Faced with the sudden betrayal of his two allies, Zhao Hai's heart was broken. Brother Ning, I was wrong, I won't drink Red Bull, okay? Brother Ning, look, there's a pretty girl. Zhao Hai exclaimed. Beauty? Cao Ning chuckled. Fatso, stop struggling. Even if Xia Shihan were here, it wouldn't make any difference. Brother Ning, Xia Shihan is actually here. Look. Smack. Cao Ning gave a gentle pat on Zhao Hai's plump gluteus maximus. Still trying to fool me? I think you are looking for a beating. No, Brother Ning, it really is Xia Shihan. Liu Hao pointed not far away, his eyes fixed in disbelief. Realizing they weren't joking, Cao Ning stood up, half skeptical, and looked toward the side and behind him. My God, it really is her, Cao Ning exclaimed. It wasn't just them. Everyone participating in the training had their attention drawn over. No one spoke. They just stared, completely mesmerized. Not far away, Xia Shihan was wearing a pale yellow sheer dress and light brown high heels. Her fluffy hair rested casually on her shoulders. Even with only light makeup, it perfectly outlined her gorgeous figure and curves. She had a breathtakingly beautiful face, with arched eyebrows, a delicate nose, and lips that looked as tender as a budding flower. Her fair skin was as smooth as a baby's. That pure and sweet temperament made it impossible for Cao Ning to look away. Just as Xia Shihan approached, the surrounding air was filled with a unique scent of gardenias. It was extremely distinct, not like the smell of perfume, but more like a natural feminine fragrance. I heard you were in military training, so I specifically brought you some milk tea. Xia Xian parted her red lips slightly, maintaining her elegant and dignified demeanor throughout. Well, don't just stand there like a daze, take it. As Xia Shihan smiled and handed over a cup of milk tea, the onlookers around started screaming as if they had gone mad. Cow, you are going too far. This is so infuriating. First Li Weiwei, now Xia Shihan. How are we supposed to live? What happened to being aloof? School beauty, where did your cold persona go? Oh my God, I just got my heart broken again. I don't even know why I came to this school. This dog food is endless. Just kill me now. Wow, I am so envious. I would trade 10 years of my roommate's single life for a cup of milk tea from the school beauty. If that is not enough, a lifetime will do too. Although everyone present showed great envy, Cao Ning felt a bit nervous at this moment. Others might not know Xia Shihan, but Cao Ning certainly had learned his lesson. She was the first in the whole universe to heartlessly abandon her husband on the street on their wedding registration day. She is absolutely the first in the entire universe. On the night of their wedding, she not only drained his meal card, but the only milk tea she bought was so sweet it could practically choke someone to death. With such a bitter lesson, how could not be cautious? Did you add sugar to this one again? Cao Ning asked, still traumatized. Jiggle. Xia Shian covered her mouth and giggled. Don't worry, I specifically told them not to add sugar to this cup. You don't believe me? Xia Xian saw through Cao Ning's thoughts. Then I will drink it to show you. With that, Xia Xian skillfully inserted the straw and took a small sip. How is it? Can you drink it now? Xia Xian smiled softly and handed the milk tea to Cao Ning. My God, the school beauty actually gave him the milk tea she just drank from. Ah, I am so jealous. This is too much. Isn't that an indirect kiss? My goddess, can't you be a bit more reserved? The crowd was in an uproar again, with wails of despair filling the air. You have already drank from it. Your saliva is in there. I won't drink it. Cao Ning thought it was better to just refuse. You really won't drink it? Xia Xian asked, unfazed. Want? Cao Ning was firm. All right then, suit yourself. I didn't expect the dignified ghost official would be afraid of the saliva of a little girl like me. It would be hilarious if people heard about this. Xia Xian stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Cao Ning's ear. Cao Ning felt as if he had been electrocuted, standing there like a fool, coming back to his senses only after a long while. You, aren't you? Didn't I already? Cao Ning looked at Xia Xian in disbelief. He had clearly used underworld techniques to erase Xia Xian's memory. Why would she still remember that night? It's a pity. You don't seem to have erased my memory. Xia Xian looked quite proud of herself. Well, do you want to drink it now? Cao Ning rolled his eyes at her. Did he even have a choice now? Fine, you win. Cao Ning snorted, opened his mouth, and took a big gulp through the straw. Ugh. Pieffed. It's so sour. Cao Ning. Cao Ning couldn't help it and sprayed it all over Xia Xian's face. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know this milk tea was so sour. Cao Ning rushed to wipe her face. The onlookers were stunned. Their first reaction was that Cao Ning had no sense of chivalry to spray the school beauty in the face. Ugh. Xia Xian was furious and didn't want to hear his explanation. She stomped hard on Cao Ning's foot, making him blush with pain on the spot. You jerk, you big bad guy. I am never going to talk to you again. With that, Xia Xian ran back to the dormitory in a rage. I didn't do it on purpose either. Cao Ning felt a lot of grievances himself. He had no idea that beneath the milk tea packaging was undiluted lemon juice. But seeing how Xia Xian had taken a sip without batting an eye, it seemed she really was determined to take revenge on him. It was a total Pyrrhic victory. Damn Ning, you are something else. You even dared to spray the school beauty. Aren't you afraid of being cornered in your dorm tonight? Zhao Hai said, admiringly watching Xia Xian's receding figure. Fatso, you don't know anything. This is why Ning gets the attention of the school beauty, while you can't even add the girl next door on WeChat. Women, you can't spoil them too much. Sometimes you have to keep them in check, right Ning? While putting down Zhao Hai, Liu Hao didn't forget to flatter Cao Ning. Enough of that, go play in the dirt somewhere else if you have nothing better to do. Cao Ning rolled his eyes at them miserably. Who did he offend? He got played for no reason. However, this incident served as a reminder to Cao Ning. Xia Xian's memory could not be erased. Clearly, there was something wrong here. As for what that was, it probably had something to do with why the old man wanted him to marry her. Forget it, I will ask the old man when I go back on vacation. Cao Ning looked at the remaining lemon juice in his hand and shook his head with a wry smile. He had figured it out. It must be that Li Weiwei's bringing him milk tea had been discovered. She was declaring her territory, and at the same time expressing her dissatisfaction. Assemble. At this moment, the instructor also blew the whistle for assembly. Cao Ning packed up the lemon juice and set it aside. And just as he was preparing to return to the formation, the system updated his mission. Ding. Emergency notification. A 1,000-year-old zombie has been discovered at Jianghai University in the Ocean District of Jiangning City. As the local ferryman, Ningxu, is on vacation and has not yet returned, the underworld has decided that the mission will be transferred to Cao Ning, the ferryman of the Great Bay Area. Announcement No. 333A79 of the Underworld.
1,000-year-old zombie. When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? That girl, Ningxu, has been on vacation for over half a month, right? She still hasn't come back? Wait, since when do zombies fall under the jurisdiction of the ferryman? Can I just refuse? A series of question marks popped up in Cao Ning's mind. Ever since he stepped into Jianghai University, there hasn't been a single day of peace. Now even a zombie has to be dealt with by himself. Cao Ning realized one thing. He and Jianghai University must be fundamentally incompatible. On the basketball court, Cao Ning stood perfectly straight in a military posture, not moving an inch. But in reality, he was busy searching for information about this zombie. System, which idiot arranged this order for me? Does he have a grudge against me? Was it those black and white impermanence brothers? Or Zhong Kui? Or maybe one of the 10 kings of hell? It couldn't be the king of the underworld, right? The first 3 are possible. They love to mess with me. But the king of hell wouldn't bother picking on a small fry like me. The king of the underworld? Even less likely. She's been in seclusion for so long. There's no way she'd come out just for one ferryman. Cao Ning felt that someone behind the scenes was definitely trying to set him up. Otherwise, for such a major case, they would have at least arranged for underworld soldiers to handle it. How could they possibly assign a lowly ferryman like him to deal with it? Ding. System prompt. The system has no authority to disclose the identities of top-level underworld decision-makers. Please complete the mission as soon as possible, host. I knew it. These guys are definitely doing it on purpose. The more Cao Ning thought about it, the angrier he got. But since the mission had already been assigned to him, complaining about it now wouldn't solve anything. System, tell me about the situation with this zombie. Ding. Pay attention, host. This is a 2,000-year-old desiccated corpse with formidable power, currently located in the ancient tomb beneath the B District teaching building of Jianghai University. It has already killed several archaeological staff members in succession. The underworld demands a swift resolution. Mission reward 1 million Chinese yuan. 1 million. Cao Ning almost thought he misheard. He had been a ferryman for over a decade, and the system had never given him actual money from the human world. It was always gold coins that couldn't be spent. That's why he had lived such a frugal life these past 10 years. If he could get this 1 million yuan, it would be a life-changing improvement for him. That's more like it. You can't expect the horse to run without feeding it any grass. Amidst Cao Ning's grumbling, the first day of boring military training finally came to an end. After dinner, Cao Ning returned to the dormitory and, out of boredom, opened the school forum. He wanted to see the headlines for today, but never expected the hot topic to be himself. Several eye-catching pinned threads almost explicitly named him. Shock. Freshman challenges drill instructor, steals the show with 300 push-ups. Shock. School beauty returns, takes the initiative to talk to a junior. Is this the loss of human nature or the collapse of morality? Headline news. Xia Shihan's rumored boyfriend makes indecent move. School beauty performs a temptation scene. Cao Ning was actually quite impressed by these people when he read the ridiculous headlines. Even before graduation, they had already mastered the secret to driving traffic. Regardless of the content, just write a sensational title first. Cao Ning couldn't be bothered to argue with these clickbaiters. He casually used his account, handsome enough to get killed, to roast a few superficial beauty-obsessed users, and finally felt a bit better. Just as he was about to close the forum and show off his skills in the arena, he saw a dozen friend requests in the new friends column. Damn, who is so obsessed with me? Well, I am a legend after all. Cao Ning tapped to open it and his face immediately fell. Beautiful every day wants to add you as a friend, please check. +in. +2. +3. +10. Are they sick? Cao Ning originally intended to ignore them, but thinking about how cautious Xia Shihan was with him, interacting a little with her fans wouldn't be a big deal. Maybe he could find a way to solve his problems. Ahem. You have accepted the friend request, now you can start chatting. Cao Ning clicked on the profile picture, only to find that, just like himself, their profile page was basically blank. Not a single bit of useful information. Cao Ning rolled his eyes in annoyance and quickly typed a line in the chat box. Clicked send. Hey handsome, is it really appropriate to be so obsessed with me? Wouldn't it be better to find a little girlfriend when you're free? Why aren't you saying anything? If you don't answer, I'm going to delete you. After sending it, Cao Ning tossed his phone aside and slid over to Sun Liang. Brother, you're way too terrible. You got your tower stolen again. Can you even win at this rate? Can you blame me? Sun Liang wore a sour expression and cried out that it was unfair. I already tried my best. The problem is the teammates are too weak. Even the jungler lets people steal kills. Zhao Hai, sitting next to him, didn't accept that. Hey Sun, just call me out directly. You're really something to play Diao Chen like an assassin. Don't talk about me. If you didn't keep feeding the opponent's stats and kills, could we have lost so badly? I just wasn't paying attention for a second, okay? PF'd keep pretending. Cao Ning touched the mouse and suddenly got interested. Alright, you two should just watch and learn how I climb the ranks. All you do is argue all day. You're hopeless. Watch how a pro does it. Get online. Although Cao Ning had never played this game before, he often heard them arguing over it. So generally speaking, it didn't sound that hard. It would kill some time, and incidentally, he could teach them a lesson. Why not? Ding ding ding. Just then, the phone notification sounded. Cao Ning had just sat down, but now he had to go back and check it. The message was from the same person. It was just an image. Faux PG. What the heck did they send? Good heavens, this is... Cao Ning opened it and his eyes went wide. Brother Ning, we've already started. Are you joining or not? You guys go ahead, I'll wait for the next round. Good heavens, whose legs are these? They're easily worth playing with for over 10 years. And they're in black stockings too. Damn, this is killer. Cao Ning zoomed in and looked over it again and again. Although he couldn't see the face clearly in the photo, he could swear that this was definitely a beauty just as stunning as Xia Shihan. Just as he was about to type a reply, another message came in. Bro, what do you think of the photo? Pretty eye-catching, right? I had to pull a lot of strings to get this from Xia Shihan's roommate. Haven't seen a photo of Xia Shihan in black stockings before, have you? Do you like this gift? Girls' dormitory. Xia Shihan blushed as she took off the black stockings from her legs. These were a bonus gift from a promotion at the mall a while back. She had originally intended to give them away. She never expected that she would have to use them now to please Cao Ning. She was taking advantage of the fact that her roommates were all out. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to try it. Shihan, shall we go get some hot water? What are you doing? Sulan had just returned to the dorm after washing her hair and saw Xia Shihan taking off her stockings. My god, and they are black stockings too. Sulan rubbed her eyes, almost thinking she had seen it wrong. Our cold and aloof campus beauty is actually wearing black stockings that all men love. Who is she planning to seduce by sacrificing her dignity like this? Lanlan, hurry up and close the door. Don't let anyone else see, Xia Shihan said with a red face. Right now, she wished she could just dig a hole and crawl into it. This damn social death moment. It is just so embarrassing. Shihan, tell me quickly, who did you just go to see? Is there already a headline about you on the school forum? Xulan sat down next to Xia Shihan with a smirk, her restless little hands reaching out to touch them a couple of times. Not bad at all. As expected of our campus beauty's legs, they look so good and feel so soft. Xia Shihan rolled her eyes. Don't even mention it. Why don't you try wearing them yourself? I wouldn't mind wearing them, but I have no one to show them to. Come on, tell me, are you planning to wear them for Cao Ning to see? I heard that Cao Ning embarrassed you today. You wouldn't be, Xu Lan said in surprise. Ding ding ding. Just as Xia Shihan was about to explain, her phone rang. She picked up her phone and took a look. It was a reply from Cao Ning. Beer 2, Avatar. The photo's nice, but the angle isn't great. Bro, do you have any more in your collection? If not, just name a place, and I'll come find you. How about that? Wow, Shihan, who are you private messaging? Let me see, handsome enough to be hacked. Isn't that Cao Ning? Liu Lan's mouth dropped open in surprise. Lanlan, how did you know? Xia Shihan asked in surprise. Su Lan rolled her eyes. Does that even need guessing? You can ask anyone else. Who doesn't know who this handsome enough to be hacked is? Besides him, who else would be so shameless as to brag on the school forum that Cao Ning is as beautiful as a flower? That is true, giggle. It seems like nobody else could be that narcissistic. Xia Shihan laughed. Shihan, you really were wearing them for him to see. Aren't you two actually dating? Xu Lan felt like she had just heard something massive. She was so excited that her ears perked up. Xia Shihan pouted. Oh Lanlan, I've told you many times Cao Ning and I really aren't dating. No way, you have to swear it. Only if you swear will I believe you, otherwise you don't treat me as a good sister. Xu Lan pouted, refusing to let it go. Fine, I'll swear, will that do? Xia Shihan was forced into a state of laughing and crying. She and Cao Ning were indeed not dating. They were in a legitimate, legal marriage. So, strictly speaking, there was no deception involved. That is more like it. Xu Lan nodded, satisfied. Wait, that is not right. If you aren't together, then why would you show him black stockings? At this, Xia Shihan didn't know how to explain it anymore. So she just decided not to explain. Alright, Lanlan, why are you so gossipy today? Take the water bottle and go save me a spot. I'll be there in a minute. Su Lan didn't get an answer and pouted, feeling a little bit unhappy. Woo, fine, I'll go ahead, but you have to hurry over, otherwise I can't carry it all. Xia Shihan nodded. I know, you just hurry over. After saying that, she took the opportunity to pat Su Lan on her bottom. Hey Shihan, you actually took advantage of me. That spot is reserved for my boyfriend to pat. Su Lan covered her butt, looking at Xia Shihan with a resentful expression. No, I want to try yours too, hee hee. After saying that, she giggled and reached out with her evil little hand. Xia Shihan hurriedly covered her collar with one hand and shielded her bottom with the other. Ha. Lanlan, I'm sorry, I won't dare to do it again. Nice. The campus beauty's touch is indeed different. After Cao Ning sent the message, he continued to ask several questions about her identity. However, no matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like the kind of conversation people have when trying to make friends. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Cao Ning was acting like he had lost his mind, racking his brain to find a way to trick the online stranger into revealing their identity. My woman wearing black stockings is something only I should be seeing. What a huge loss, such a huge loss. Don't ever let me find out who you are, or I will definitely beat you into a pig's head. Xia Shihan is such a blockhead. How could she let a photo like that circulate? You're determined to make me wear a green hat, aren't you? Cao Ning waited for a long while without getting a reply. He became even more anxious. If this gets sent to others, the loss will be even greater. Ningji, what are you muttering about to yourself? Why don't you come take over my match? Liu Hao sighed. In just this short while, he had given up 3 more kills. The tower was about to be taken down by the opponent. No rush. You guys hold them off for a bit. I'll come over when I'm done. Cao Ning waved his hand without even turning his head. He had no interest in ranking up right now. Right now, the color of his hat was the most important thing. System, is there any way to locate this netizen's position? Ding! The host can use the online store's paid service for precise network location tracking, costing 10 billion red gold coins per search. That's so expensive. Cao Ning opened the store and sure enough, under the life and death register category, found the person finding service. It really is 10 billion red gold coins. Is there anything cheaper? Cao Ning asked tentatively. Since purchasing the spirit hunting equipment last time, his account balance was down to 60 billion red gold coins. If it were to buy things in the mortal world, it would be more than enough. But if he were to buy underworld equipment, it would not be enough at all. Ding! This service is not a standard service. The minimum charge is 10 billion red gold coins. Cao Ning pouted. Sometimes the system is just so annoying. It doesn't even give you a chance to negotiate. However, considering that Xia Shihan is his legitimate wife after all, spending 10 billion red gold coins for her sake seems reasonable. Activate network tracking. After Chen Pingen entered the school forum account today also wants to be beautiful into the bulletin board. A dialog box popped up on the system interface immediately. Ding! Name today also wants to be beautiful. Last post, 8 minutes ago. Network location, Shanghai University, Building C dormitory. Building C, isn't that the girls' dormitory? Cao Ning said in surprise. Could that person be? Surprised, Cao Ning immediately dialed Xia Shihan's phone number. Hey Xia Shihan, there is a spy in your dorm. Yes. She just took that photo of you wearing stockings to suck up to me, begging desperately to be her boyfriend, but I firmly refused her. See if you want to reward me with a set of black stocking photos. What? Swimsuit? That is not out of the question either, as long as it has lace trim. Tu. Before Cao Ning could finish, Xia Shihan hung up the phone. What kind of person is she? I hadn't even finished talking. Cao Ning complained gloomily. He then quickly typed a line of text and sent it. Big sister, do you have any photos of Xia Shihan in a swimsuit? Desperately needed. Waiting online. Knowing the person on the other end was a girl, he naturally didn't have to be so cautious. If he plays his cards right, there might even be a surprise. 1 o'clock in the morning. Cao Ning is standing on the roof of the teaching building in Zone B. The wasteland downstairs, originally overgrown with weeds, is now covered by dark green military tents. There are even more patrol posts set up in the surrounding area. Various types of large-scale exploration equipment have also been delivered. Inside the tent in the center, a 60-year-old man with white hair and beard is carefully examining the broken fragments picked up from the entrance of the grave robbery tunnel. In the tent, there is also a young man dressed like a scholar. Professor, Engineer Li and the others went down a whole day ago, and we still can't reach them. Could something have happened to them? The young man is lying on a cot, unable to fall asleep no matter how he tries. His name is Chen Feng, a top student from Qingbei University. Right after graduation, he started working at the Subei Provincial Cultural Relics Bureau. And the old man in front of him is none other than Wan Guodong, a dual-degree professor in the Department of Archaeology at Qingbei University. He happened to be in Subei Province for research work at the Cultural Relics Bureau. Hearing that a tomb from 2,000 years ago had been discovered in Jiangning City, he decided to come along. Because of his advanced age, Deputy Director Li Changgong of the Cultural Relics Bureau didn't let him go down into the tomb during the day. As a result, he managed to escape the disaster. Wan Guodong puts down the magnifying glass in his hand and sighs. Old Li was just too impatient. Going into the tomb without knowing the situation, I think they must have run into trouble. Then what should we do? Professor, should we immediately organize a team to go down again? Chen Feng sits up excitedly. Wan Guodong shakes his head. Judging by the video sent back during the day, there must be some kind of unknown creature inside. If we rashly go down now, I'm afraid we'll end up just like old Li and the others. I have already contacted the military, and they will send people to assist us. For now, we can only hope that old Li and the others can hold on. Professor, could it be a corpse mutation? Chen Feng whispers. Wan Guodong furrows his brows, wanting to reprimand Chen Feng, but decides to hold back. Xiao Chen, we are all cultural relics workers and firm atheists. We must not talk about ghosts and deities. I think it's likely something evolved from corpse beetles. Chen Feng lowers his head. I understand, Professor. I will never say such things again. Good, get some sleep. The military will arrive tomorrow morning, and we will have to rely on their help then. Yes, Professor. On the other side, Cao Ning has been observing the movements in the tent. After the lights in the tent went out, Cao Ning takes out the soul-capturing bag and releases Lu Hongying from within. Master. Lu Hongying turns into a red mist floating in mid-air, and then rapidly condenses into a human form at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared to her previous state as a lonely ghost, the current Lu Hongying is clearly much more spirited. Not only has the resentment on her face dissipated, but her strength and cultivation have also improved. Changing into a red ancient dress and styling her hair into a high bun, she looks exactly like a beautiful woman from the olden days. Cao Ning nods. I called you out because I wanted to ask if you know anything about the dried corpse down there. Dried corpse? Lu Hongying thinks for a moment and then shakes her head. Master, the ancient tomb underground is protected by a powerful formation. I've tried to investigate several times, but I could never get inside. However, I heard that old Taoist priests say that below the grave tunnel is a burial pit, filled with intense yin energy. Any ordinary person who goes down would have their mind clouded by the yin energy within 5 seconds. It is said that the dried corpse is dressed like a general, wearing armor and holding a bronze sword, guarding the entrance to the tomb passage. She only heard this from the old Taoist priest. Her own strength is not enough to break through the formation. A general, that's interesting. Cao Ning mutters to himself, then looks at Lu Hongying. Do you have the guts to go down there with me? Lu Hongying looks troubled, but still bows and agrees. She is now one with Cao Ning. If Cao Ning meets with misfortune, her soul will be scattered as well. Hongying is willing to accompany you, Master. Cao Ning smiles with satisfaction. Good, grab my arm so that you won't be blocked by the formation. Lu Hongying nods and then wraps her arms tightly around Cao Ning's arm. Ahem, there's no need to be this excessive. It feels comfortable, but it's also quite cold, Cao Ning says awkwardly. Oh, is it cold, Master? Lu Hongying didn't catch the meaning. Instead, she thinks Cao Ning is actually feeling chilly, so she buries her arms even deeper. Forget it, let's go. Cao Ning shakes his head helplessly. He leaps into the air, turning into a beam of light that shoots straight into the grave robbery tunnel. In just a few seconds, Cao Ning reaches the burial pit that Lu Hongying just mentioned. Unlike the chaotic burial pits shown on television, this place looks more like a plaza in front of a palace gate. In the open space before the palace hall, there is a dark bronze tripod. There are several modern human bodies inside the tripod, in different states of decay. Some bodies have turned into skeletons, while others don't even have lividity spots on them. It seems these must be the archaeological team members Wan Guodong mentioned who went down today. But now they no longer show any signs of life. Cao Ning carefully feels the surroundings but does not detect the souls of the deceased, presumably because they were forcibly dispersed for some reason. Who are you to dare trespass into the imperial mausoleum of the Beijing dynasty? Cao Ning furrows his brows, staying alert to his surroundings. Master, it's him speaking. Lu Hongying points to the coffin in front of the palace. That is a stone sarcophagus, engraved with strange and bizarre patterns. Ivory-shaped characters, looking like runes, are carved onto the coffin lid. Boom. The coffin lid, weighing 1,000 pounds, suddenly flips up into the air, followed by a figure dressed in exquisite armor sitting up from inside. What's wrong with these years? Why does someone always come down to disturb the prince? Why does this person look so familiar? Oh well, after 1,000 years my eyes aren't what they used to be, the dried corpse sighs internally. Fine, then stay here forever. The dried corpse leaps out, and the black yin energy on his body instantly scatters in all directions, filling the tomb chamber in no time. You can see his withered iron hands curl into a bow shape, and the bronze sword held by a stone statue nearby flies directly into his hand. Only then does Cao Ning get a clear look at the dried corpse's appearance. It is a completely desiccated corpse, 2 meters tall, with a broad chest and powerful build. Under the dark red armor, the parched skin looks just like 1,000-year-old elm bark. Ordinary blades wouldn't be able to scratch it at all. The violent yin energy lingers for a long time. The face beneath the helmet is covered by black yin energy. I thought it was someone, but it's just a greenhorn and a ghost. With just that little ability, you dare to trespass into the imperial mausoleum of my Jing dynasty. Since that is the case, then stay. The dried corpse's voice is hoarse and deep. Combined with the eerie environment, it sends shivers down one's spine. How dare you mock my master? Lu Hongying is infuriated and is about to go up to teach him a lesson, but is stopped by Cao Ning. Cao Ning can tell. This dried corpse has extremely heavy yin energy, and its strength is definitely not inferior to that of a Ghost King level. So Lu Hongying alone would definitely be no match for him. Little brat, since you managed to bring a ghost down here, it seems you have some tricks up your sleeve. I will give you one chance. Surrender to me, and I might consider not scattering your soul, the mummy said in a gloomy voice. Is that so? Well, I only want to send you to the afterlife. Cao Ning curled his lips into a smile, and before anyone knew it, a tang sword shimmering with blue light appeared in his hand. This was the soul-breaking blade he had redeemed from the system for 10 billion red gold coins. Unlike the Dragon Flame Spear, the Dragon Flame Spear can only inflict damage on souls. But this mummy is clearly just a lingering obsession attached to a physical body, so the Dragon Flame Spear would be completely useless against him. The soul-breaking blade is different. It is forged from mysterious iron and soaked in the yellow springs for a century. Not only can it shatter souls, it can also deal fatal damage to physical bodies. Clearly, it is the perfect weapon to deal with this mummy right now. Kid, what exactly are you, and why do you have this underworld blade? The mummy asked in surprise. Underworld ghost official Cao Ning. So you are from the underworld. No wonder you have this blade. The mummy suddenly realized, and his attitude toward Cao Ning became much more cautious. The underworld and I have never crossed paths. Why do you come here to cause me trouble? The mummy was not afraid of Cao Ning, but Cao Ning represents more than just himself. Behind him stands the entire underworld. If the underworld were to send its ghost army to suppress him because of this, then the mausoleum he has guarded for thousands of years would cease to exist. You are no longer of the world of the living. To have your soul enter the underworld is the natural cycle of heaven. How can you defy fate? Furthermore, you have harmed mortals, which in itself is a violation of the heavenly laws. Cao Ning's expression turned grim, losing all the playful demeanor he had during the day. He now looked like a ghost from hell, chilling to the bone. Ha ha ha, little brat, I saw you were from the underworld and wanted to give you a way out, but since you are so ignorant of the situation, don't blame me. The mummy gripped his broadsword tighter. This tomb must be guarded by him, until that person returns. Anyone who dares to threaten this mausoleum, no matter the cost, must be executed on the spot. It seems you have no intention of dissipating on your own. Then there is no more to say. Let's fight. Cao Ning revealed his killing intent. Although he was not confident he could beat the mummy, he wanted to try. Good, you certainly have courage. Try and withstand this strike of mine. The mummy leaped into the air, gripped the hilt with both hands, and slashed down. Boom. In an instant, the blade's edge tore through the air like a fierce wolf lunging directly at Tao Ning. Tao Ning raised his blade to block the mummy's full-powered strike. The mummy was indeed incredibly strong. Just this single blow forced Tao Ning to slide back several meters. "Master, don't come over here." Lu Hongying wanted to help but was scolded by Tao Ning. Tao Ning looked visibly strained, his face becoming distorted. "Not bad, little brat, to actually withstand my strike head-on," the mummy sneered. "Cut the crap, I can still take more, ah." Tao Ning roared and used all his strength to shove the mummy back. Boom. Tao Ning held the blade with one hand, the tip stuck into the ground to support his body. Just one blow had left him in such a sorry state. "Master, are you all right?" Lu Hongying immediately ran over to support Tao Ning. Tao Ning gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on the mummy. Looking at the mummy, he appeared exactly as he did before, not in the least bit flustered by that move. "You are nothing much either. I managed to withstand that strike, didn't I? If you have the guts, keep coming." You arrogant brat." The mummy took 2 steps forward, sending dust swirling with every move. With 2,000 years of cultivation, he was obviously not easy to deal with. "I was going to spare your life, but it seems I'd better just finish you off." No sooner had he finished speaking than the mummy unleashed 7 or 8 more strikes in a row. Tao Ning did not back down, brandishing his blade and engaging the mummy in a fierce battle. The sparks from their blades left several deep gouges on the surrounding stone walls. After 10 moves, Tao Ning was gradually losing ground. His situation was becoming increasingly passive. Heaven-splitting flame slash. The mummy delivered a fatal blow, the blade emitting flames. Tao Ning gritted his teeth and raised his blade to block. Boom. The shockwave sent Lu Hongying back several meters. Crack. After the 2 blades collided, the soul-breaking blade in Tao Ning's hand snapped in 2. But the mummy's blade showed no sign of stopping and slashed directly toward Tao Ning. "Master!" Lu Hongying screamed. Bang. Just at this critical moment, the bronze tripod in front of the hall suddenly exploded. A bronze sword engraved with dragon patterns burst forth, blocking that fatal strike for Tao Ning. This. Tao Ning's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with shock. The mummy was forced back several steps by the impact. "Po Jun, what is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping me?" The mummy stared at the bronze sword, his voice filled with astonishment. The bronze sword ignored the mummy and flew directly in front of Tao Ning. Tao Ning stood frozen, unable to move. He didn't know what was happening, yet this feeling was strangely familiar. The bronze sword did not attack, but circled around Tao Ning a few times. Then a pillar of light erupted from the blade. That is... The mummy was left stunned. At this moment, no one moved, as if they had instinctively forgotten how to. The golden light from the bronze sword illuminated the entire chamber like broad daylight. Just then, the bronze gate behind the stone coffin, 5 or 6 meters high, slowly opened. Ah, the gate has opened, the gate has opened. It's been 2,500 years. The gate has finally opened. Clang. The sword in the mummy's hand slipped out of his grasp, and he turned back to stare in disbelief at the hall. Tao Ning was also left dumbfounded. Inside the hall, it was like a celestial palace in the clouds, filled with an endless sea of terracotta soldiers. War horses, cavalry, crossbowmen, chariots, infantry, and spearmen were all there. Hundreds of military formations were lined up in perfect order. Looking from afar, it was like an elite ancient army prepared for battle. Behind them stood a towering palace, symbolizing the supreme authority of the emperor. What kind of place is this? Tao Ning was lost for words. This experience was even more breathtaking than seeing the real Qin terracotta warriors. Each of those soldiers looked as lifelike as real people. The golden light from the bronze sword now completely covered Tao Ning. Just as Cao Ning was filled with wonder, a figure suddenly walked out of the golden light. When the mummy saw that person, he dropped to his knees with a thud. "My lord." The mummy bowed with absolute devotion. When Cao Ning saw the appearance of the person within the golden light, his jaw dropped in total shock. Because that person was none other than himself, dressed in ancient battle armor with his hair tied back. "Hopo, it has been so many years. How have you been?" the man said with a smile. The mummy lifted his head, the ghostly aura fading to reveal the face of an elegant man. "My lord, I have finally waited for your return." "My lord?" The withered corpse actually called this man my lord. Doesn't that make him the owner of this tomb? A series of questions popped into Cao Ning's mind. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw this man. And why does this person look so much like me? Who on earth is he? Meng Fang, oh no, I should call you Cao Ning now. The man turned to look at Cao Ning. "Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you." When the man smiled, he looked even more like Cao Ning, because they both had a small dimple on their faces. That's something you can't fake. "Who exactly are you, and why are you dwelling inside the sword?" Cao Ning asked suspiciously. "And what is this place? And why are there so many armored soldiers buried here as sacrificial victims?" When Cao Ning received the underworld mission, it only said that a withered corpse was causing trouble here. But it didn't mention this place, with so many burial pits comparable to the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor. "What is this place?" The man smiled. "You already have the answer to that question in your heart, so why ask me?" "Ha." Cao Ning frowned. "You can guess what I'm thinking." The man shook his head. "It's not guessing, it's perceiving." "Ha, playing God." Cao Ning didn't believe it at all. "Believe it or not, that is the truth. Because I am you, and you are me. We are one and the same from the beginning," the man said seriously. "Ha ha, do you think I'll believe that?" Cao Ning let out a cold snort. "If you are me, then who am I? If you want to deceive me, you should at least make up a more convincing reason." Cao Ning had spent so many years in the underworld. He had seen many spirits, but he had never heard of anyone being able to separate their own obsession. "Deceive you? Why would I want to deceive you?" The man gave a bitter smile. "Do you think with your current strength, there is any need for me to deceive you? Since you could guess that the tiger soul was an obsession dwelling in a physical body, why couldn't I be the obsession you left behind?" "Ridiculous. Why would I leave behind an obsession to guard my own tomb here?" No matter what the man said, Cao Ning simply didn't believe it. If his story were true, wouldn't this be his own tomb? And then, 200 years later, he robbed his own tomb. That's complete absurdity. After Cao Ning finished speaking, the man nodded. "That's right, it is guarding a tomb, but not for yourself." The man turned to look at the palace behind the gate. His eyes filled with a trace of sorrow. 2,500 years ago, your original name was Meng Fang, and you were later crowned emperor. Before that, you were the Grand Marshal of the Great Jing Empire, and the son-in-law of the emperor. And those soldiers in the main hall were all the black armor troops you personally led. In the 6th year of Dongguang, the enemy invaded the territory of Jing, and you were ordered to lead the army on an expedition. Shortly after you left the capital, a rebellion broke out. The royal family was deceived, and the entire city was occupied by rebels. The rebels were wary of the black armor troops' prowess. So to force you to submit, they abducted Princess Lingyu to make you surrender. But that very night, she committed suicide by cutting her wrists, just so she wouldn't be a burden to you. After you found out, you endured the pain and led your 100,000 black armor troops to first wipe out the enemy army, and then immediately marched back to the capital. Although you reclaimed the imperial city, by then, Princess Lingyu was beyond saving and would never wake up again. Later, you built this tomb in the fief where you once lived, and you placed all 30,000 soldiers who died in that battle here. And I am the obsession you sealed here at that time. The man's words were earth-shattering, but Cao Ning simply did not believe it. Impossible, impossible. A mere mortal. How could they possibly seal their own obsession? This is simply impossible. The man smiled. To an ordinary person, it is indeed impossible, but this all stems from this divine weapon. A divine weapon. Cao Ning stared at the bronze sword over and over. When the sword broke out of the cauldron just now, he could tell it was not an ordinary object. Calling it a divine weapon was no exaggeration at all. The man looked at the bronze sword floating in mid-air and said indifferently, "This sword is named Po Jun. It was forged from the refined iron of 5 mountains and gold essence from 6 alloys, tempered by the great emperor of Mount Tai with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for 3 months. Once forged, it was sealed at the peak of the 5 sacred mountains and obtained by you through pure coincidence. Later, this sword followed you through countless battles and earned numerous achievements. A sword spirit was born within it, and the souls of the 30,000 dead black armor troops are now sealed within the sword. They have long since merged with the sword spirit. In this world, no one else but you can use this sword. If you don't believe me, you can try reaching out to it and see if the sword spirit acknowledges you." Although Cao Ning had his doubts, he still reached out his hand. The moment he reached out, a miraculous thing happened. The precious sword actually offered its hilt into Cao Ning's hand, just as if it were acknowledging its master. The moment Cao Ning gripped the hilt, spiritual power surged through his body. A sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. In fact, the bronze sword had already acknowledged Cao Ning back when it broke out of the cauldron. This was merely it being truly placed in his hands. And the moment the bronze sword was held by Cao Ning, the tens of thousands of black armor troops in the hall all dropped to one knee at once, bowing their heads, as if they were paying homage to their commander. This. Cao Ning was stunned by what he saw before him. What is going on? Cao Ning looked at the man in disbelief. Now you should believe it, right? In this world, no one could win their acknowledgement except for the commander of the black armor troops, the man said calmly. If anyone could, it would only be their commander, Meng Fang.
Cao Ning was so shocked he couldn't speak. It took him quite a while to regain his composure. Reflecting on their actions, a sudden sense of guilt washed over Cao Ning. Why didn't any of them move on? Cao Ning now believed the man's words. Because this kind of acknowledgement could never be faked. Are you wondering why they didn't choose to be reincarnated, but instead chose to stay here waiting for you? The man could see exactly what Cao Ning was thinking. Cao Ning nodded. He didn't want to believe that his past self had forcibly sealed these people away. If that were the case, he would be a sinner. Rest assured, they were soldiers who followed you of their own free will. They believe that one day, you will return to command them and lead them to restore the glory of the Black Armor Army. The man's gaze became sharp, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. What you see now is merely the obsession they left behind within their physical bodies. When the day comes that you can break the Po Jun seal, 30,000 spirits will appear to follow you and reclaim their former glory. The vanguard of the Black Armor Army will once again be invincible. As he spoke, the man had already led Cao Ning to the front of the Great Hall. "Come now, accept their homage," the man said, lifting his hands with excitement. Holding the bronze sword, Cao Ning walked forward, half believing and half doubting. He raised the bronze sword with his right hand. At that very moment, the 30,000 remains of the Black Armor Army, including the mummified Pu, began to change. They all vanished into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye. What is happening? Cao Ning asked in shock. The man stood with his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "They have acknowledged you. Their lingering obsession has faded, and they are now waiting for you to break the seal so they can return to the world of the living." "Then how can I break the seal?" Cao Ning continued to ask. "That is something you will need to explore and discover for yourself." The man turned to look at Cao Ning and smiled. All right, it is time for me to go. My mission is complete, and the road ahead is for you to walk. Are you leaving too? Cao Ning asked in surprise. The man nodded. Yes, the meaning of my existence was to hand them over to you, and to let you see that person one last time. The man looked toward the palace not far away, his face filled with endless sorrow and bitterness. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to blur. Go, she has been waiting for you for a very long time. With that, the man completely vanished into the void. Master, what exactly is going on here? Only at this moment did Lu Hongying snap out of her daze. It felt just like she had been in a dream. Cao Ning did not answer Lu Hongying, because even he did not know how to explain it. Let us go in and take a look. Clutching the bronze sword, Cao Ning stepped into the towering palace. The stairs in front of the palace had over 30 steps, symbolizing imperial majesty. Stepping into the cloud-like palace, the scene before him felt inexplicably familiar. It was as if he had been here before. Inside the vast palace, there was only one jade-colored coffin. The surrounding walls were carved with various patterns. It seemed to be telling a tragic and beautiful love story. After looking around, Cao Ning understood the gist of it. These must be the stories of Meng Fang and Princess Ling Yu. The two met in the bustling market. At the time, Lin Yu was disguised as a man, and by a twist of fate, she met Meng Fang. They became acquainted, and later both were admitted to the Jingguo Academy. At the academy, the two spent an unforgettable and joyful time together. During that time, they comforted and encouraged each other. Eventually, they fell in love. However, Ling Yu's true identity was later exposed. Because of their differing statuses, they could not be together. In order to be with Ling Yu, Meng Fang decided to join the army and seek merit. On the day he left the capital, Ling Yu saw him off for 10 miles, and they hugged and wept. 3 years later, Meng Fang returned with great achievements. Just when they were supposed to be married, an enemy nation invaded. Meng Fang had no choice but to put on his armor and lead his troops to war. Unexpectedly, this parting turned out to be their last. Afterward, came the story of Meng Fang building a tomb for Ling Yu. Master, that story is so touching, Lu Hongying said. After reading it, Lu Hongying was also moved by their story. If she were capable of shedding tears, she would have been weeping already. Why couldn't two people in love be together? Heaven truly likes to tease people. Cao Ning shook his head. I don't know either. Perhaps that is why I had to meet her again. Sighing, Cao Ning walked up to the jade coffin. It was a coffin carved entirely from jade with a translucent green glow. It was much smaller and more delicate than anything he had seen before. As he got closer, he could feel a surge of powerful spiritual energy. There were many unfamiliar runes on the coffin. He figured they must have been carved by Meng Fang to protect Lin Yu. Master, do you need me to help you? Lu Hongying asked. After all, this was a woman's coffin. If it were inconvenient for Cao Ning, he could let her do it instead. Cao Ning waved his hand and set the bronze sword aside. She has been waiting for me for so many years. I shouldn't let someone else do it. I will handle it myself. With that, Cao Ning approached with a heavy heart. He placed his hands on the jade. At that instant, a purple light enveloped both Cao Ning and the jade coffin. Just as Cao Ning was feeling confused, the faint purple light began to fade away. Along with it, the strange runes on the coffin disappeared as well. Before Cao Ning could react, the coffin lid opened by itself. This is... Cao Ning stared in shock at the vanishing lid. He stood there completely frozen. He thought this would be enough to shock him. But when he saw who was lying inside, he was absolutely stunned. Master. Master? Lu Hongying called out twice, but there was no response. She realized something was wrong, so she walked up and patted Cao Ning, but the latter remained motionless. Who is inside? Lu Hongying curiously leaned in to peek inside the coffin. The next second, Lu Hongying covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide open. Student Xia? Why is she here? Lu Hongying exclaimed in surprise. Curious, Lu Hongying lowered her head to peer into the coffin. The next second, Lu Hongying covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Junior student Xia, why is she here? Lu Hongying exclaimed in surprise. Lying in the white jade coffin was a woman who looked exactly like Xia Shihan. To an observer, she looked just like Xia Shihan in deep sleep. The two were practically cut from the same mold. However, the woman before him was dressed far more elaborately. She wore a phoenix-embroidered ceremonial robe, a bright red palace dress, elegant makeup, a high-piled hair bun, and exquisite phoenix hairpins. She was clearly dressed as a bride. Cao Ning was completely stunned by the sight. He instinctively pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The phones used by ferrymen were specially developed by old Kiao in the underworld. Not only could they work in both the living and spirit realms, but they were also unaffected by signal or location. After a few rings, a lazy female voice came from the other end. Judging by the voice, she must have been sleeping. Hello, who is this? Speak up. After confirming that Xia Shihan was still in the dormitory, Cao Ning hung up the phone. Master, what is going on? Is she not Xia Shihan? Asked Lu Hongying in confusion. Cao Ning shook his head. Xia Shihan is still in her dorm, but her appearance here cannot be a coincidence. There must be some kind of connection between them. Cao Ning recalled how the old man had suddenly insisted that he marry Xia Shihan, with such a firm attitude that he had found it strange at the time. Given the old man's unrestrained and free-spirited nature, he would never make such a demand. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't erase Xia Shihan's memory, it was clear that there was a secret hidden here. Cao Ning used his phone to take a picture of the woman's makeup. But the very next second, Master, look what is happening, Lu Hongying screamed. Cao Ning put his phone away and looked back at the woman in the coffin. Just like the armored soldiers before her, she was turning into dust at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if she had never existed at all. It must be because we broke the seal. Those runes were likely what kept the body from decaying. Now that the runes are gone, she naturally disappears along with them. Cao Ning's expression was grave. He had countless questions in his mind waiting to be answered, and the key to it all lay with the old man. Let's go, we should leave. There is no point in continuing the investigation here. It seems that to solve this mystery, I must return home first. Cao Ning thought to himself. After exiting the tomb, Cao Ning didn't rush away. Instead, he went to the tent where the researchers were staying. The underground recording equipment could not be repaired, and now he had to delete the recorded video footage and wipe the memories of the involved personnel. Otherwise, it would cause public panic. After finishing everything, Cao Ning returned to Wangfujing Hutong under the cover of night. Cao Ning lived deep in Wangfujing Hutong, in a small courtyard made of several tile-roofed rooms. The courtyard wasn't big, but it was enough for him and the old man. The old man lived in the west room and usually slept at this time, rarely going out at night. Old man, I'm home. Cao Ning kicked the door open casually. But the room was completely empty. The furniture was all neatly arranged. There was a blank piece of paper on the table. This was a common concealment technique used by ferrymen to prevent outsiders from noticing anything. The note only said, "Brat, I've gone on a trip. Your allowance is gone. If you need money, go get a job or ask your wife for it." Alright, that's it, I have to go catch my flight. Cao Ning was speechless. The old man actually wanted to use this method to force him to rely on his wife, but unfortunately, his plan failed. Cao Ning looked at the SMS on his phone showing $1,000,000 deposit and felt quite pleased. But the very next second he was dumbfounded. Ding! Your Industrial and Agricultural Bank savings card ending in 5231 received a transfer of 1,000 yuan at 4:57 on the 2nd. The current available balance is 208.22 yuan. Industrial and Agricultural Bank. Damn it! Cao Ning ran back to his room like a madman, rummaging through everything. But besides an empty wallet, there was only a bus card left. Old man, you're ruthless. Cao Ning clutched his wallet, trembling with anger. Before leaving, the old man had taken all of his bank cards. The key point was that the old man knew the password for every single card. Cao Ning hadn't cared much when he had no money before, so it didn't matter. But who would have thought that the old man had prepared an ambush in advance? He must have been waiting for this day. When he returned to school, it was already daylight. Many people on the road had finished their morning jog and were munching on delicious meat buns. Cao Ning walked dejectedly toward the dormitory, his stomach long since hungry after a night of chaos. But with only 200 yuan left in his bank card, he would have to be careful, or he might end up begging for food soon. Cao Ning, why are you here? Just as he reached the girls' dormitory, a sweet voice stopped him. Are you here to apologize to me? The one speaking was none other than Xia Shihan, who was on her way to help at the Student Affairs office. Xia Shihan looked at Cao Ning with resentment. Why did you call me in the middle of the night? You don't actually intend to apologize, do you? Xia Shihan was still brooding over Cao Ning's previous erratic behavior, and seeing his disheveled appearance, she instinctively connected all the dots. Xia Shihan? Seeing Xia Shihan, Cao Ning gave a sudden jolt. The feeling was just like reacting to a corpse coming back to life. But he quickly gathered himself. Yes, I thought about it all night and felt guilty. I wanted to call and apologize, but I didn't know what to say, Cao Ning said, looking down sadly. Xia Xian was stunned. Was this really the Cao Ning she knew who kept everyone at arm's length? It looked like he had been drained dry by a female ghost. To show my sincerity, let me treat you to breakfast. You can have whatever you want, as long as you accept my apology. Cao Ning suddenly acting so sincere caught Xia Xian off guard. It's all in the past. You don't need to take it to heart. Xia Xian thought for a moment, then said with a smile, how about I treat you instead? I know a breakfast place nearby that has really good buns. That wouldn't be right. After all, I'm a guy, how can I let a girl pay for me? Cao Ning put on a very conflicted expression. In reality, he was already overjoyed. Then how about, let's just do as you say. Let's go quickly, I'm afraid we'll have to queue if we're late. Cao Ning was quick-witted and noticed Xia Shihan was about to change her mind, so he immediately interrupted her. Are we heading to the East Gate? Yeah, I love the breakfast there too. I'm so sorry to put you through the expense. By the way, your outfit today is really pretty, though you look even better. It suits you so well. Cao Ning kept talking to himself, not giving Xia Shihan a chance to speak. Xia Xian was completely bewildered. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Cao Ning was actually quite decent at times. He had a sweet mouth and said nice things. Mainly he was honest and had no hidden agenda. Boss, give me 2 steamers of soup dumplings, 2 bowls of wontons, 2 cups of soy milk, and add 3 fried doof sticks and 4 sesame cakes. Upon entering the breakfast shop, Xia Shihan was taken aback by Cao Ning's refugee-like hunger. Yet Cao Ning acted like it was nothing, nonchalantly finding a seat near the entrance. Can we even finish all that food you ordered? Xia Shihan asked, worried. It's fine, it's fine. If you can't finish, just give it to me. I'm still growing, so I have a big appetite. Cao Ning grinned, looking like a completely different person from the disappointment he showed earlier. Boss, serve the soup dumplings first, we've been waiting here. Cao Ning shouted, waving his chopsticks. Keep your voice down, there are so many people watching. Xia Shihan held her forehead, shielding half of her face. She was terrified of being recognized. Huh? Cao Ning looked at Xia Shihan in confusion, then at the students eating around them, and finally realized the school beauty was just shy. Look, isn't that Xia Shihan, our school beauty? Who is that guy across from her? Could he be her boyfriend? No way, Xia Shihan has always been aloof and never accepts guys' confessions. That's impossible. I heard Xia Shihan has been close to a freshman. Could he be the one buzzing all over the school forum? The guy who was supposedly slashed for being too handsome. Looks like him. Look, it really is him. That's exactly the guy in the school forum photo. My God, the school beauty has fallen just like that? Is my childhood over already? Same style as the heroine. Because they were sitting close, Xia Shihan could hear every word those boys were saying. At once, Xia Shihan lowered her head, face blushing, not even daring to look up. Unlike Tao Ning, who was completely oblivious and eating away with gusto. Boss, your soup dumplings are pretty good. What's in the filling? I'll promote it for you later. Hey, you stepped on my foot. Cao Ning bit into a dumpling and mumbled as he looked at Xia Shihan. Xia Shihan didn't offer any explanation, just kept her head down. She was wearing a white casual shirt today with light-colored jeans, her hair in a high ponytail. When she occasionally lifted her head, the brown ponytail would sway along with her. Her sweetness was tinged with a touch of pure innocence. Cao Ning really enjoyed this feeling. The food is tasty, and the person beside him is beautiful. Forget just this much breakfast, he could eat another portion just like it. Who knows how long the breakfast lasted, but most of it went into Cao Ning's stomach. Boss, check please. Cao Ning wiped his mouth and called out. The lady running the breakfast shop scurried right over to Cao Ning. Handsome, that'll be 48 yuan. Are you paying with cash or Alipay? Seeing the landlady coming straight at him, Cao Ning's face fell instantly. Boss, look, I'm married, Cao Ning said awkwardly. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing this, Xia Shihan nearly choked on her soy milk. I'll pay. Boss, don't mind him, I'll settle the bill. Xia Shihan pulled her phone from her bag, ready to head to the counter to scan and pay. This scene left the landlady dumbfounded. Are students these days really this urgent? Getting married while still in school? Although the landlady was full of questions, she didn't pry. As long as the money is paid. As for who paid it, she didn't mind. Cao Ning was bored sitting there. Seeing that Xia Shihan had more than half a bowl of wontons left, he asked, "You not eating these anymore?" Xia Shihan immediately turned away and shot him a resentful glare. I'm full, I'm not eating anymore. Cao Ning nodded and reached out to pull the bowl toward himself. Can't waste food, I'll finish them for you. Xia Shihan was speechless and couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Just as she went to pay, a pretty figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. The girl was wearing a pale green dress and snowy white canvas shoes, with straight bangs, long hair, and small eyes. When the girl saw Cao Ning, her eyes curved into crescents with a smile. Cao Ning, I didn't expect you to be here too. What a coincidence. Li Weiwei walked over to Cao Ning with a smile. Oh, it's you, you're out for breakfast too? Perfect, why don't you join me? Cao Ning looked up and met Li Weiwei's eyes directly. The intense gaze made Li Weiwei's innocent heart flutter. Thanks, but I've already eaten. I was just passing by and saw you here, so I thought I'd say hello, Li Weiwei said with a smile. You by yourself? Hearing Li Weiwei ask that, Cao Ning looked around, and Xia Shihan was nowhere to be seen. Looks like he ticked her off and she left. Yeah, I came by myself. Cao Ning went along with the conversation. If he said he came with Xia Shihan, he'd have to explain for half a day. Oh, I see. Li Weiwei clasped her little hands nervously, her eyes darting left and right. Cao Ning, there's something I wanted to ask your help with. Don't know if you have time? Help! Cao Ning smiled. He was warm-hearted and never refused a request from a pretty girl. Go ahead, if it's something I can do, I'll try my best. Unless you want to see your grandfather again, then forget it. He's probably drinking milk by now. Cao thought of their first meeting and subconsciously made the connection. No! Li Weiwei blushed and quickly explained. It's like this, our liberal arts dormitory is moving from building B to building C. I wanted to ask for your help. I have quite a bit of stuff. Building C, huh? Cao Ning was in a bit of a bind, even though a trip to the girls' dormitory is every guy's dream. But Xia Xian's room is in building C. If he ran into her, he'd never be able to explain it. Seeing Cao Ning look conflicted, Li Weiwei lowered her head subconsciously. If it's inconvenient, then never mind. I can manage by myself. No, you misunderstood. I was gonna say, do you guys need more help? My roommates are all very willing to help out. Cao Ning really couldn't bear to refuse Li Weiwei. He didn't know how much courage it took for her to say that. Although building C was a bit dangerous, he should be fine if he was careful. Really? That would be so great. Li Weiwei jumped with joy when she heard Cao Ning accept her request. It would be so wonderful if you could bring your roommates along to help. None of the four of us have boyfriends, and we were worried about how to move all these things. If you're willing to help, it would be really great. Li Weiwei's smile became even more charming. Cao Ning had been a ferryman for so many years. This was the first time he'd ever brought joy to someone else. No, I have to go back and tell them this good news right now. With that, Li Weiwei ran out like a child. Cao Ning smiled but didn't speak. He lowered his head and finished the wontons in his bowl. Just as he was about to leave, the landlady stopped him. Hey handsome, you haven't paid the bill yet. What? Wait, didn't someone pay already? Cao Ning's eyes widened. The landlady gave Cao Ning a disdainful glance. That look was like a silent protest against a scumbag. That girl said she didn't have her phone, so you have to pay. But Cao Ning swallowed the words he was about to say. Xia Xian must have run off in a fit of jealousy when she saw Li Weiwei arrive. Great, I haven't even offered my help yet, and I've already managed to offend her. It looks like she won't be easy to appease from now on. Cao Ning curled his lips helplessly and pulled his phone out of his pocket. How much? The landlady slammed the bill down in front of him and said 48. 48? That's so expensive. How dare you charge 48 for such a tiny amount of food? Cao Ning's mouth hung open in shock. The price is clearly marked. If you don't like it, feel free to call 2315 and file a complaint. Seeing the landlady's serious expression, clearly running out of patience, Cao Ning didn't press the issue. Instead, his gaze softened quite a bit. Come on, landlady, let's talk business. Can you give me a discount? During the first few days of military training at Jianghai University, freshmen are assigned to stand in formation, which for some is nothing short of a nightmare. After the painful first day of training, Sun Liang somehow managed to get a medical certificate from the hospital, allowing him to participate in training intermittently. This made everyone incredibly envious. On the training field, the three guys from dorm 6044 stood side by side, rolling their eyes at Sun Liang, who was playing dumb in the shade of a tree. Damn, where on earth did that brat, Sun Liang, get a medical note? Does he actually have some illness? I bet he's got hemorrhoids. Look at how fidgety he is. Maybe he even had surgery for it. Cao Ning could probably guess the truth behind Sun Liang's medical note. When they first arrived at school, Sun Liang had accidentally mentioned that his uncle was a department head at the Jiangning City People's Hospital. Getting a certificate is just a piece of cake for him. Do you two want to see him back out here doing military training with you? Of course we do. Ning, you have a way to make that happen? Zhao Hai was thrilled to hear Cao Ning say that. This guy had been flaunting his medical certificate all night yesterday. It was enough to make your teeth ache with frustration. Then just wait and see. We are all brothers in the same dorm. Since we agreed to share both blessings and hardships, how could we let him stay on the sidelines? Don't you agree? As he spoke, a mischievous smirk appeared on Cao Ning's face. Playing a prank on the little brother now and then is actually quite fun. That's great, Brother Ning. That's it. You're officially our boss. Yeah, count me in too. Zhao Hai and Liu Hao were eager to pledge their support. They wouldn't want to miss out on such a fun chance to stir up some trouble. Who's talking over there? The few of them were talking a bit too loudly, and the instructor, who had been chatting with the neighboring class, walked straight up to the three of them. It's you two again. Step out of line and get ready for push-ups. Without asking any questions, the instructor immediately unloaded on Zhao Hai and Liu Hao. He didn't dare to pick on Cao Ning anymore. If he made him do too few push-ups, it was like a tickle to Cao Ning, completely ineffective. If he made him do too many, the female students in the neighboring squads would inevitably start acting starstruck again. By then, it would not only affect his own squad's training progress, but all the other squads would suffer for it too. Instructor. Zhao Hai pouted, trying to beg for mercy. Carry out the order. But the instructor remained unusually firm. Now the two of them were really suffering. Even though all three of them were involved, the two of them were always the unlucky ones. Who could they even complain to about this? Soon, the morning of training ended amidst intermittent sets of push-ups. As soon as their formation was dismissed, the four of them sprinted toward the cafeteria like madmen. In the first-floor cafeteria, which could hold thousands of people, all you could see were masses of camo uniforms. This is a scene you'd likely see at the start of freshman year at every school. Cao Ning pushed through the crowd, grabbed a little rice and 2 helpings of vegetables, and came back. One reason was his dwindling food budget, and the other was that he'd eaten so much in the morning that he'd originally planned to skip lunch, though now that it was time, he found himself genuinely hungry. Brother Ning, why are you eating so little today? Is your appetite failing you? Liu Hao was holding a bowl of roast meat rice, eating until his mouth was covered in oil. Yeah, Ning, usually you eat like you're trying to bankrupt the cafeteria. What's wrong? No appetite since the campus beauty isn't here. Just focus on your own food. Why are you all so concerned about me? Eat up, and when you're done, I'll take you to do some volunteer work. As soon as they heard about the volunteer work, the three of them looked as if all their energy had been drained, becoming limp and listless. Brother Ning, you know my health isn't great. The hospital told me to get plenty of rest, so do you think I could be excused? Damn son, quit acting like a wimp, I know how you are. I don't know who it was that was blocking the door to the girls' dorm on the first day, targeting the single ones and carrying their suitcases like a pro. Exactly. Hai and I are the ones in the weak position here. Look at how many push-ups we did all morning. You were just sitting in the shade chatting with the girls the whole time. If you don't go, who will? I was laying the groundwork for our dorm. Think about it, if we win over one, couldn't we get the other 3 in her dorm to go out? Then we could organize a mixer, add them on WeChat, and wouldn't that be everything sorted? Give it a rest. If we wait for you to introduce us, Brother Ning and the campus beauty will already have kids in kindergarten. Counting on you. Hao and I will both end up bachelor forever. Alright. Since you guys don't want to go, I'll go by myself. It's my first time going to a girls' dorm anyway, and it's less trouble with fewer people. What, a girls' dorm? The 3 of them blew up as soon as they heard that. Brother Ning, I think I'm fine now. Forget a few dozen push-ups. I could carry bottled water to the 6th floor right now without a problem. That's right, Brother Ning. I think I'm good too. It's just some push-ups. Consider it a warm-up. You two, get out of here. What is wrong with you? A second ago you said you couldn't do it, and now you're all acting like you've been juiced up, just 'cause you heard about the girls' dorm. Have you no shame? After reprimanding the two, Sun Liang turned and clung to Cao Ning's arm with a grin. Hey, Brother Ning, look, I've been resting all morning, so let me go with you. I've got plenty of energy since I've been taking it easy. Cao Ning rolled his eyes at the 3 of them, too lazy to bicker with them any further. Alright, I'll give you 3 minutes to finish your meal. We're leaving on the dot. If you go hungry, that's your own problem. Cao Ning finished the last of his rice, and took a sip of the free seaweed egg drop soup provided by the cafeteria. Brother Ning, who cares about eating? Making a contribution is what's important. This is the time to sacrifice ourselves for others. Exactly. Brother Ning, I really agree with Hai. Look at the revolutionary heroes. When they served the people, did they ever consider their own interests? We must inherit that spirit of fearing neither hardship nor fatigue. That makes sense. I agree wholeheartedly. Brother Ning, let's head out quickly. Listening to the 3 of them pledge their dedication one after another, Cao Ning almost thought something was wrong with his ears. What have these 3 turned into? They're even willing to skip their meal just to get to the girls' dorm? I had agreed with Li Weiwei to help them move their dorm stuff at 12:30 in the afternoon, because Zhao Hai and the other 2 were so eager to make a contribution. They arrived at the girls' dormitory building a full half-hour ahead of schedule. After receiving a call from Cao Ning, Li Weiwei immediately ran downstairs to meet them. The dorm mistress at the girls' building is very fierce. Except for the start of the semester, when boys are allowed in to help carry luggage. Any other time, if she sees a boy step even half a foot into the forbidden zone, she immediately comes running out with a feather duster to chase them away. Cao Ning, how did you get here so fast? Li Weiwei gasped for air. She had jogged all the way here. Brother Ning, the community service you mentioned was helping our campus beauty Li move her dorm? Once Zhao Hai realized that the person who showed up was the commoner campus beauty Li Weiwei, his mouth fell open instinctively. Although Li Weiwei had brought Cao Ning bubble tea once before, according to his explanation, it was just because he had done her a small favor. They never expected that the connection between the two of them would be this close. Actually, it wasn't just him. Liu Hao and Sun Liang next to him were equally shocked. They probably couldn't figure out why both Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei would have an eye for Cao Ning. Why are you not willing? Xiao Ning laughed. No, that is not what I meant. I mean, I am more than happy to serve the campus beauty. Zhao Hai explained quickly, terrified of being kicked back to the dorm. Cao Ning rolled his eyes, ignored him, and looked at the well-behaved Li Weiwei with a smile. Li Weiwei still kept that pure and lovely appearance. Her first impression always felt so innocent. I had planned to arrive right on time, but you know how it is, my roommates love helping others. As soon as they heard someone needed a hand, they didn't even stop to eat and dragged me over here, Cao Ning said with a helpless shrug. Giggle, well then thank you all. Li Weiwei covered her mouth and giggled. She knew exactly what the boys were thinking. Even if she asked them to clean the floors now, they would probably fight over who gets to do it. No worries at all, it is our honor to move things for the campus beauty. By the way, you should go have a word with the dorm mistress, or the four of us will get kicked out by her later, Cao Ning said with a smile. Yes, I am going right now. Cao Ning's words made Li Weiwei's face turn red. If anyone else had complimented her like that, she would have just laughed it off. But coming from Cao Ning, she really loved to hear it. Sure enough, after Li Weiwei said a few nice words to the woman, the dorm supervisor just stood up, glanced at the four boys, and let them in. Li Weiwei's room was on the third floor of Building B. It wasn't a high floor, so moving things was quite convenient. Since it was lunchtime, there were already many girls in the dorm. Seeing boys break into the girls' dormitory, some girls screamed, hurriedly covered their chests, and slammed their doors shut. Others called their roommates to stand at the door, watching them like they were part of the scenery. Zhao Hai and the other two followed closely behind Cao Ning. They acted like bumpkins visiting the city, stealing a glance at every floor and every dorm room they passed. They couldn't help but peek. This was probably just the natural curiosity of boys. In reality, the layout of the girls' dorms was identical to the boys'. It was just the people living there who were different, and the size of the clothes they wore. In front, Cao Ning and Li Weiwei walked side by side, with Cao Ning over 1.80 meters and the petite Li Weiwei beside him. They really looked like the perfect height difference from afar. For some reason, when Li Weiwei walked with Cao Ning, she felt very nervous, as if a little deer were constantly bumping around in her chest. She kept her head down, her hands fidgeting with her skirt. When they arrived at Li Weiwei's room, the other three roommates were packing up. Suddenly seeing Li Weiwei bring in so many boys even they had been warned still gave them a shock. Wu Jing, Shu Qian, Xiao Yu, I brought them over. Does anyone need help with anything? After entering the room, Li Weiwei smiled and greeted her roommates. Tang Xiaoyu turned around and saw Li Weiwei standing by Cao Ning, looking shy and constrained. The next second she guessed his identity. Weiwei, is this your boyfriend? He is really handsome. Tang Xiaoyu went up to hold Li Weiwei's arm, her eyes scanning Cao Ning intently. Li Weiwei's face turned beet red at Tang Xiaoyu's words. Oh Xiaoyu, what are you saying? Cao Ning and I are just ordinary friends, not boyfriend and girlfriend like you are thinking. Ooh, she's blushing, she's blushing. Tang Xiaoyu looked like she had just caught something interesting and was laughing happily. This scene made Cao Ning a little awkward too. If Xia Shihan found out about this, it would likely be a disaster. So is there anything we can help with? Cao Ning said awkwardly. Exactly, senior. We have plenty of strength. Feel free to give us orders, Zhao Hai chimed in from behind. They didn't come to the girls' dorm just to watch others being sweet. They were looking for a chance to be the ones acting sweet. After laughing, Tang Xiaoyu looked at Li Weiwei, who had lowered her head in shyness, and decided to let it go. Fine, since your boyfriend is helping us move, I'll let you off. Tang Xiaoyu held her head high and said with a smile. Xiaoyu, you. Stop it. I won't talk to you anymore if you keep saying that. Li Weiwei's face turned even redder. Red enough that it looked like it could drip water. Alright, I won't say it anymore, okay? Tang Xiaoyu was in a great mood after her laugh, and then she noticed Zhao Hai behind Cao Ning. Can that junior help me move some things? Zhao Hai pointed at himself, dumbfounded. Me? Yes, that is right, you. Tang Xiaoyu confirmed. She didn't dare boss Cao Ning around, but the others were fair game. As soon as Zhao Hai heard that, he grinned and squeezed forward. Senior, whatever you need me to do, just name it. As he spoke, he took the chance to flex his muscles. Tang Xiaoyu's face instantly dropped, wondering if she had chosen the wrong person. Unlike Tang Xiaoyu, the other two girls, Wu Jing and Su Qian, were the introverted type and were too embarrassed to ask for help. At this moment, Cao Ning gave a wink to Liu Hao and Sun Liang behind him. They immediately got the hint. Each chose one and stepped forward to introduce themselves. Where are your things? Seeing his three roommates busy working away, Cao Ning finally looked at Li Weiwei, who was still blushing beside him. Li Weiwei was a rare kind of beautiful girl. Even when she was shy, she had a natural, sweet campus charm, coupled with that light green dress she was wearing. Upon a closer look, there really was a hint of classical, gentle beauty to her. Spurred on by Cao Ning's reminder, Li Weiwei quickly regained her focus and followed him over to her bed.
I only have these winter quilts that I couldn't carry by myself. Could you help me move them over? Cao Ning walked over to Li Weiwei's side. It wasn't like what he had imagined, where he might catch a glimpse of small personal garments. On the desk before him sat the quilt already packed into a woven bag, along with other daily necessities neatly stowed away. Compared to her other roommates in the dorm, Li Weiwei actually had very few belongings. It is all right, just leave these things to me. Having said that, Cao Ning stepped forward, intending to move the woven bag out first. Honestly, the way girls use those woven bags is much more meticulous than guys. Not only was everything arranged tidily, even the pillows lying to the side were all in a clean, soft pink. Seeing this, Li Weiwei immediately followed to help hold it steady. In that moment, while Li Weiwei was helping, her loose hair brushed right against Cao Ning's cheek. That silky, gentle sensation made his heart skip a beat. Accompanying it was a faint, lingering fragrance. The scent was sweet, just as sweet as her smile. Am I getting in your way? Noticing Cao Ning staring at her, Li Weiwei asked immediately, feeling embarrassed. It is fine, really. I was just thinking about something and didn't react for a second. Cao Ning smiled faintly. It felt just like when you are sleeping in the middle of the night and someone beside you suddenly gives you a nudge, followed by a whisper, "You are lying on my hair." All right, leave the rest to me. You just lead the way. Cao Ning carried one woven bag in each hand without the slightest effort. Yeah. Li Weiwei nodded with a smile. The two charming dimples on her cheeks were clearly visible. Meanwhile, Xia Shihan had been feeling upset ever since returning from the student affairs office. For no other reason, simply because Li Weiwei had gone to find Cao Ning that morning. Shihan, what is wrong with you? You have been feeling down ever since you got back. Did someone bully you again? Tell me, and I will go teach them a lesson. Xu Lan put her hands on her hips, looking exactly like a bossy CEO. Humph, who else could it be besides that big bear? Xia Shihan pouted and grumbled. Cao Ning? No way, Shihan. Don't tell me you two actually have something going on. Although Xu Lan really didn't want to believe that Xia Shihan could like Cao Ning. However, judging by everything that has happened recently, it was undeniable that the relationship between them was anything but ordinary. Xia Shan lay on the desk, puffing out her cheeks. I don't have anything to do with him. There are plenty of guys chasing me. Why would I have to be involved with him? Humph. Although Xia Shihan was being tough with her words, she was still thinking about the moment they got their marriage certificate. Invisibly, it had already become a shackle in her heart. Even if they were to divorce in the future, the words ex-husband Cao Ning would still be written in her personal file. Therefore, it was truly difficult to not care at all. Humph, I don't believe that. Xu Lan was not stupid. Although Xia Shihan refused to admit it, she could tell that. Ever since Cao Ning appeared, those two were like they were tied together, always stirring up some kind of commotion. Are you upset with Cao Ning because of Li Weiwei? Xu Lan asked, probing her. How did you know? Xia Shihan looked up, appearing completely bewildered. So it really is true. Xu Lan walked over to Xia Xian and placed her hand on her shoulder. My little princess, don't you know that you are the trending topic on campus? The photo of you and Cao Ning at the breakfast shop this morning has already been posted to the campus forum. The poster even included photos of Li Weiwei and Cao Ning together. It is not hard at all to figure out the reason. Let me see. Xia Shihan frowned and immediately opened the campus app on her phone. Sure enough, the top headline was the photo of her and Cao Ning eating breakfast face to face. Even the title of the post was eye-catching. Shock, two beauties sharing one man, the mystery of the campus belle's downfall. The comment section below was even more frustrating and heartbreaking. My God, this guy is too intense. Two campus belles having breakfast with him. Exactly which wealthy family's crown prince is this? Is he from the Ma family or the Wang family? It is just infuriating. Some have more than they can eat, while others starve. Are we single guys supposed to survive? Campus belle, what happened to your cold and aloof persona? Xia Shihan scrolled through a few comments. Most were guys expressing their shock and dissatisfaction. There were also quite a few trolls attacking Xia Shihan for being improper. Lanlan, how can they be like this? We really have nothing going on. Xia Shihan grabbed Xu Lan's hand, looking at her pleadingly. Xu Lan sighed, Shihan, I want to believe you, but everyone saw it, so it is really hard to explain. But are you really fighting Li Weiwei for a man? Xu Lan suddenly got interested. This was top-tier gossip. As the campus belle's best friend, how could she miss the first-hand scoop? Lanlan, what are you talking about? How could I possibly fight someone over a man? Xia Shihan gave Xu Lan a resentful side eye. Besides, what is so great about Cao Ning that I would need to fight anyone for him? He is already my legal husband in the first place. Why would I need to fight for him? If anything, it is Li Weiwei fighting over mine. Humph. Xia Shihan thought to herself. Xu Lan sighed in relief. Good, as long as that is the case. But this Cao Ning is really not a good person. He already has a beauty like our Shihan. How could he still be involved with other girls? He is such a jerk. Lanlan, what are you saying? I really don't have a relationship with him. Xia Shihan was feeling frustrated. Why would nobody believe her explanation? All right, fine, let it be. But I heard Li Weiwei's department is moving to our floor soon. Do you want to go take a look? Xu Lan asked tentatively. From now on, Xia Shihan and Li Weiwei would be living on the same floor. They were bound to run into each other. Instead of waiting for an awkward encounter later, it was better to have it clear with her now. It would also give Xia Shihan a mental heads up. I will go, I definitely will. I want to see what skills Li Weiwei has to dare and compete with me for a man. Ah, phew, who wants to compete with her? Xia Shihan pursed her lips and spat out angrily. On the other side, Cao Ning had just finished moving the rest of Li Weiwei's things when he heard familiar voices talking outside. Lanlan, have you confirmed it? Is their dorm really right next to ours? No mistake, I asked several students, and they all said it is here. Oh no, Xia Shihan is here. Cao Ning was all too familiar with Xia Shihan's voice. It was a pleasant voice, but also very memorable. But hearing it now, he felt like he was asking for trouble. What is wrong with you? Do you need to take a break? Li Weiwei saw Cao Ning looking anxious and assumed he was tired from moving. Before Cao Ning could explain, two beautiful figures appeared at the door. Sorry to bother you. We are from the student union. Cao Ning, why are you here? Xia Shihan and Cao Ning locked eyes. It's over, total disaster. There is no way to explain this now. Sorry to bother you. We are from the student union. Cao Ning, why are you here? Xia Shihan and Cao Ning locked eyes. Oh no, I am doomed. There is no way to explain this now. Ever since he was caught red-handed by Xia Shihan in Li Weiwei's dorm, Cao Ning hadn't seen Xia Shihan for several days. She wouldn't even pick up his calls. Beep, beep, beep. Xiong ad Xiong da. When you girls are jealous, do you always like to bottle it up? After sending the message, Cao Ning looked up at the basketball court. The freshmen on the court were gathering one after another. They were going to march to the suburban shooting range for target practice today. Over the past few days, without Xia Shihan's teasing, Cao Ning felt like something was missing. However, Li Weiwei had been appearing by the basketball court on time every day, just watching for a while. Every time Cao Ning was dismissed, she would hand him a bottle of water. Then she would turn and leave with a smile. Beep, beep, beep. The other person replied very quickly. Cao Ning clicked on Zhang Da's profile picture. Xiong Da, jealous. Don't tell me you've turned into a scumbag, little brother. Scumbags are the worst. When they die, they get thrown into a wok and fried, and on both sides too. The girl using Xiong Da's avatar was the same looking pretty today he had battled with on the school forum earlier. Cao Ning had always suspected she was someone from Xia Shihan's dorm, but it was later denied by Xia Shihan. The reason being that all her roommates were tough girls, and none of them would use such a cutesy screen name. But since the system indicated the person was in Building C, he could at least be sure she was a girl. Wrapped in this mystery, Cao Ning would sometimes unconsciously wonder, whenever he passed the dorm supervisor's office, if she might be the one. Cao Ning finished typing and clicked send. Xiong sweating emoji, sweating emoji. Xiong Xiong da. Honestly, have you ever been dumped by a scumbag? I heard that you girls are in a bad mood when you are on your periods. Is that true? Beep, beep, beep. The reply came back very quickly. Don't talk nonsense. A guy who can treat me like a scumbag hasn't been born yet, and there's never a time when girls are in a bad mood. If they are, it's because guys made them mad. Cao Ning scratched his head. He thought for a moment and quickly typed a message. Click send. Xiong Da. I feel like someone has a secret crush on me, the kind that's unrequited. Elsewhere, Xia Shihan put down her comb. Upon seeing that sentence from Cao Ning, her little hand had clenched into a tight fist. Pouting, she frowned so hard a mosquito could have been crushed in between. Big pervert, narcissist, shameless. Who has a secret crush on you? Xia Shihan was furious. She had originally intended to use this air of mystery to annoy Cao Ning, but now she was the one getting played by him instead. Shihan, what's wrong with you? Wait, why are you up so early today? Is there another school event? Xulan leaned against the window railing, looking down with sleepy eyes at Xia Shan, who was grooming herself. Xia Shihan was wearing a white shirt with a ribbon today, and a pleated skirt paired with white mid-calf socks. She even tied her hair in a fresh and beautiful ponytail. Added to her 9.9 out of 10 level of beauty, she didn't even need to dress up to turn heads of countless boys. Oh my god, Shihan, are you going to a beauty pageant today? I've never seen you dress like this before. Are you planning to kill someone by showing off those long legs? Hearing their conversation, Zhao Meina poked her head out from under the covers too. After seeing Xia Shihan's incredibly seductive JK outfit, she could already foresee how crazy the boys would get. Yeah, I also think Shihan is acting weird today. Could she have a crush on someone? Does our school even have such a guy? Don't think so. With everyone chiming in, they were quickly wide awake. Xia Shan heard her roommates gossiping, but didn't keep them guessing. Is it that exaggerated? Don't I always dress like this? Xia Shan looked down at her outfit and didn't think anything was different. In fact, not only was it rare for her to wear a JK outfit, but she was also wearing a chest binder. Her perky chest looked incredibly alluring. It was the kind that looked like it would bounce at the slightest touch. Xia Shihan nodded in satisfaction and continued. But I do have something to do today. The freshmen are marching to Dongshan shooting range for target practice today. The school needs volunteers to accompany them. I happen to be free, so I agreed to help. You're wearing this to go help out. Are you sure you're there to help? Xia Shihan looked down and asked, is there something wrong with that? Isn't it pretty? Big sister, do you really not know what you're there for? How are you supposed to help like that? All right, it's not like I'm going to be doing manual labor. Of course I know what I'm doing. Oh, by the way, Meina, lend me your guitar. A guitar? Shihan, are you sure you're going there to help? Approaching 7 o'clock. The 2,000 freshmen of Jianghai University had assembled. All teams were organized by department. Today they would march 15 kilometers to Dongshan shooting range for target practice. Accompanying them were not only counselors and instructors from each class, but also volunteers arranged by each department. This was an annual tradition at Jianghai University. It serves to both train the students' stamina and let them realize that their current comfortable lives are hard-won. Brother Ning, can I not go? I'm injured. Before the group had even set off, Sun Liang was already trying to back out. He only had himself to blame for boasting about sharing will and woe with his roommates just to visit the school beauty's dorm. Who knew he would try to chicken out after only a few days? Brother Ning, don't listen to his nonsense. Last time when we helped the school beauty move, I saw him carry that huge suitcase up to the 5th floor by himself without even breaking a sweat, let alone turning red. Exactly, I saw it too. He was even chatting and laughing with that senior named Wu Jing the whole way. You guys, I'll go talk to the instructor myself. Although Zhao Hai and Liu Hao had exposed him, he still didn't want to suffer through it. In his mind, he was from the capital. How could he endure such hardship here? It's fine, if you don't want to go, then don't. When the time comes, I'll have these two look after Su Na, so don't you worry. Don't, Brother Ning, I'll go, okay? Sun Liang immediately caved in. Zhao Hai and Liu Hao were stunned. Su Na, Brother Ning, who is this girl? Yeah, I've never heard of her either. Oh, you mean Su Na? That's a girl old Sun just hit on. Cao Ning smiled and continued, didn't you notice? Every time he hides in the shade, there's always a pretty girl nearby. At first I didn't pay any attention. Until the time we went to help with the move, I saw him sneaking over to say hello to her. I had to ask several people before I found out. Damn, seriously? Old Sun, that is really low of you to hog all the fun and not even introduce us to anyone, Zhao Hai complained indignantly. Sun Liang felt a bit embarrassed after hearing that. Heh, it is just that Nana has not said yes yet. Once things are official, I will definitely introduce you guys. Zhao Hai and Liu Hao exchanged a knowing smile. Old Sun, I think you should go back and rest. After all, you are injured, and walking such a long distance really is not convenient for you. Exactly, I think so too, Liu Hao chimed in with a grin. Watching the two of them edging each other on, Sun Liang already felt a growing sense of crisis. Hey, I can still push through. Did we not agree that brothers share weal and woe? It would not be right for me to just leave. Are you sure? I am sure. After 4 hours of torture, the freshman group had left the Jiangning city area and ahead lay a mountainous forest region. To prevent any accidents, the school had set up many temporary medical stations along the route. Cao Ning's team was at the very back of the entire military training formation. Because they were all guys, they ended up taking on the role of the sweep team. In front of them were the girls from the music academy, known for their singing and dancing. Sun Liang had been extremely proactive the whole way, personally guarding right next to the girls' group. It was not for any other reason, simply because the girl named Su Na was right there at the front. Brother Ning, how is it that old Sun is so lucky to snag such a beautiful girl? It really is miserable for us three, having to follow behind and just watch them be lovey-dovey, Zhao Hai sighed. You cannot say it like that. You should be talking about the two of us. Liu Hao was fanning himself with his hat and said, Brother Ning is the one accompanied by campus bells. He is not something us single guys can compare to. Zhao Hai thought about it and felt it made perfect sense. That is true, and there are two of them too. Why do not you tell us, Brother Ning, how you managed to win over those two campus bells? You really want to know? Yeah, Zhao Hai and Liu Hao nodded in unison. Maybe it is because I am handsome, Cao Ning said with a faint smile. Zhao Hai, Liu Hao. Not long after the group left the city, more and more people started falling behind. Zhao Hai and Liu Hao, who had complaints from the start, now had even more to say. You guys are seriously so weak. It is understandable for girls to fall behind, but you guys are men, are you not ashamed? Zhao Hai started tearing into the few half-dead guys. Yet those few, despite being furious inside, dared not talk back. Exactly, we are all guys, hurry up and walk. Do not let the girls look down on you. As he spoke, Liu Hao pushed the chubby guy he was supporting aside. Cao Ning just watched from behind, other than helping the girls. He left everyone else to Zhao Hai and Liu Hao. Just as they were grumbling, a large patch of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and soon a torrential downpour began. Damn it, is the school even reliable? They do not check the weather forecast before a march. Liu Hao cursed in frustration. What is the point of cursing? Hurry up and find somewhere to hide. Zhao Hai kicked Liu Hao. Following a large crowd, they all huddled under a big tree. Cao Ning looked at the dark cloud in the sky, always finding it suspicious. Logically speaking, when the school organizes something like this, they would definitely check the weather forecast. So why would this happen? In an instant, the pouring rain scattered the group. Although the instructors and counselors tried their best to maintain order, it was still total chaos. Just then, the system updated the mission. Ding! The system has detected spirits in the forest. Ferryman, please head over immediately to extradite them. Mission reward 5 million red gold coins. When Cao Ning heard the mission notification, he instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. 5 million red gold coins meant the opponents were just wandering ghosts, nothing to worry about. However, he could not leave right now, so he released Lu Hongying to handle it. During these days of military training at school, whenever Cao Ning could not get away, he would arrange for her to go. She was quite familiar with handling missions. After receiving the instructions, Lu Hongying flew immediately toward the depths of the dense forest. Not long after Lu Hongying left, the heavy rain also stopped. When the homeroom teachers counted the number of people, they discovered that some were missing. The team leaders and instructors were running around in a panic. If anything happened to these students, none of them would be able to escape responsibility. After half an hour of counting and screening, it was finally confirmed that more than 20 people were missing. And just then Lu Hongying returned. But she came back in a wretched state. What happened? How did you end up like this? When Cao Ning saw Lu Hongying, her soul form had already been wounded. Lu Hongying was at the strength level of an evil spirit, so ordinary ghosts could not hurt her. And the system had indicated the opponents were only worth 5 million red gold coins, so they could not possibly be that strong. Master, it was not one spirit but 3 fierce spirits, 2 evil spirits, and 1 Ahu. Lu Hongying immediately told Cao Ning about the situation she had just encountered. It turned out that after Lu Hongying followed the trail deep into the dense forest, she did indeed find that fierce spirit according to the coordinates, and easily subdued it. But who knew there were several more spirits nearby, and their strength was even greater. Among them, a female was the strongest. She could not hold them off at all, and if she had not run fast enough, she probably would have been done for right there. AQ. This was the highest cultivated spirit Cao Ning had encountered so far. All right, I understand. Go back into the soul capture bag and recover. Cao Ning tossed a soul-strengthening pill to Lu Hongying and returned her to the soul capture bag. Why are there so many spirits here? This should not be. Does the underworld not care? Cao Ning muttered to himself. Just then all the leading instructors had gathered, and they were preparing to search along the mountain trails. Time waited for no one. They were about to enter the mountains. Seeing this, Cao Ning immediately stepped forward and volunteered to join. The situation in the mountains was unclear. No matter how many people went, it would just be sending them to their deaths. Instructor, let me join you too. More people means more strength. The team leader was a young counselor. He saw Cao Ning wanting to join the rescue team and refused him outright. No, your going would just add to the chaos. Taking you along would only delay the rescue. Cao Ning ignored him and looked at the instructor. Instructor, I have been part of a mountaineering team before. I can handle it. The instructor was also hesitant. For one, they were indeed short of people. In such a large forest, the current team was far from enough. But taking Cao Ning along, he was afraid he might get into an accident. Let him come along. I believe he can do it. The person speaking was the instructor from the neighboring class, who led the girls' square formation. He was present when Cao Ning was doing push-ups. At that time, he had felt that Cao Ning had the makings of a soldier. But the counselor still wanted to leave him behind. Teacher Liu, do not worry. I believe I am not wrong about him, the lead instructor said with a smile. The counselor looked at Cao Ning and finally nodded. Fine, you can go, but pay attention to your safety. You absolutely must not get yourself lost too. Teacher Liu, do not worry. I will be fine. Cao Ning nodded earnestly. If he did not go on this trip, I am afraid not a single person would come back. Deep in the dense forest, beside a gloomy creek stand several towering trees, each leaf as large as an adult. Under the trees, over a dozen students in military training uniforms are gathered. They had all converged here after losing their way while running into the woods to escape a sudden downpour. One figure in the crowd stands out. She wears tight jeans paired with a neat short-sleeved shirt, her long, cascading hair tied into a ponytail tucked behind her cap. She has a pink backpack on her back. Though she appears to be a delicate girl, she is currently busy comforting the others who are frightened. Looking around, there is nothing but thick jungle. Though the scenery is beautiful, no one has the heart to admire it. They have no idea where they are, and their phones have no signal. Everyone stay calm. Once the instructors realize we are missing, they will definitely send people to look for us. Don't run off, and boys, be gentlemen and try to help the girls. Xia Shan tries to comfort the girls around her while attempting to make a call, but after several tries, there is still no signal. Originally, she was supposed to go to the shooting range by transport ahead of time to help organize the reception. But at the last minute, a few sophomore volunteers couldn't make it due to some issues, so she volunteered to serve as the resident monitor for the finance class. When the heavy rain started, all the students ran into the woods to take cover. She and a group of students ended up wandering into the woods in the confusion and eventually wound up here. Senior, This place is so scary. Are there any bears or something like that? A girl squeezed up next to Xia Shihan, clutching her arm tightly. Xia Shihan gave a gentle smile. Don't worry, there are no carnivorous wild animals here, so you can rest assured. Boys, form a circle on the outside and keep the girls in the middle. Everyone, keep an eye out for any familiar landmarks. As soon as the sky clears, we will be able to find our way back. Sure enough. As soon as Xia Shihan finished speaking, the sun came out. Seeing the sunlight break through, the surrounding students all breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Shihan was not only the school beauty, but she was also quite knowledgeable about geography. She quickly determined the direction based on the position of the sun and the time. Her composure in the face of danger made even some of the boys in the group feel ashamed. Soon everyone followed Xia Shihan's lead and headed in one direction. They hadn't gone far when some of the boys in the back suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Hey, did you guys see that? Did something just fly past behind us? Something? Don't be paranoid. The senior already said there are no carnivores here, so stop scaring yourself. No, I didn't mean an animal. I meant that kind of thing, the kind that floats. Floating? Geez, don't scare me like that. I'm terrified of that kind of stuff. Walking at the front of the group, Xia Shihan felt quite nervous as well. She had heard exactly what the boys in the back were saying. She used to not believe that such things existed in the world, but ever since she encountered the girl in the red dress, her perspective had been completely overturned. However, she had to stay calm now. She absolutely couldn't be the first one to panic. Woo! Ah! A gust of eerie wind blew through, and the girls in the group screamed in terror. Don't be nervous, everyone, don't be nervous. It's just the wind blowing through the leaves, Xia Shihan quickly explained. There is someone over there. Suddenly, a girl pointed toward a big tree not far away and shouted. Everyone shuddered in fright. They looked in the direction the girl was pointing. There was nothing there. Yuxin, stop trying to scare us, will you? You nearly scared me to death. Yeah, Yuxin, this isn't the time for such jokes. The girl named Yuxin became agitated. I'm not trying to scare you guys. There really was a figure there just now. The girl was so anxious she was about to cry. Xia Shihan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Since she had seen a spirit with her own eyes, she believed the girl's words a little bit. Let's not delay any longer, everyone. Let's get moving, speed it up a little. I believe we will be out of here soon. Xia Shihan comforted the girls behind her, but just as she turned around, a man dressed in white suddenly appeared directly in front of her. Ah, a ghost. The students scattered in a panic. It was a young man in his 20s, his face pale as paper, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, wearing an extremely lecherous smile. The panicked students didn't get far before they were forced back. Because it wasn't the only one in the woods. Right now, there are 4 more men in white clothes all around them. Each of them had that same lecherous grin, closing in from different directions. Everyone was surrounded. How could there be such terrifying things here? What do we do? What do we do? I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die either. I haven't even had a boyfriend or slept with a man yet. What if we all charge out together? Charge where? They're everywhere. Ah, what do we do? What do we do? The students were in a state of chaos, and no one dared to lead the way. Stay calm, everyone. Let's think of a way to stall for time and try to hold out until the rescue team arrives. Xia Shihan tried her best to calm the students, but in reality, she was already panicking inside. She just hoped that Cao Ning would get here as soon as possible. In a situation like this, he was the only one who could handle it. You stay back. Let me tell you, my husband is a ferryman, and he is nearby. The words actually worked. Upon hearing the term ferryman, the spirits around them all stopped dead in their tracks. Wait, since when did the senior have a husband and a ferryman at that? Are we filming a TV drama? Forget who her husband is. If we can just get out of here, I'd happily burn incense for him every day. Oh my God, is what the senior said true? If so, please let him come quickly. I really don't want to die. Is that so? Your husband is a ferryman? Then go ahead and have him come. Suddenly, a woman filled with deep resentment descended from the sky. She was surrounded by black smoke, her long hair draped over her eyes bloodshot, with several streaks of fresh blood across her face. On her hands were nails at least 10 centimeters long. Compared to Lu Hongying, the girl in the red dress, it was clear that her resentment was much deeper and her power much greater. The moment she appeared, the 5 surrounding spirits subconsciously became terrified, their faces showing varying degrees of fear. Who are you? Why are you making things difficult for us? Xia Shihan's voice was already trembling as she spoke. The appearance of the woman in front of her was so terrifying that she couldn't help but panic. What are you afraid? The woman walked up close and looked Xia Shihan over carefully. I really like your skin. I used to have a perfect body just like yours, if it hadn't been for those damn guys. The woman glared sideways with rage. She suddenly became violent as she spoke, and the yin energy radiating from her intensified, making the men around her tremble with fear. It wasn't hard to tell from the woman's tone. The fact that she ended up like this had everything to do with these 5 men beside her. Sensing a turning point, Xia Shihan tried to engage her in conversation to buy some time. I imagine you must have been very beautiful when you were alive, right? But why did you end up like this? The woman suddenly leaned in close to Xia Shihan's face, her reddish eyes staring intensely, just 10 centimeters away. Xia Shihan was so terrified she forgot to even dodge. Your eyes are telling me that you are stalling for time. Xia Shihan didn't say anything. She didn't know how to refute her. The woman stepped back 2 paces, the resentment on her body softening significantly. Fine, regardless of whether you're stalling or what, you've successfully piqued my interest, so there's no harm in telling you. The woman's real name was Song Huiyan. When she was alive, she and these 5 men were all close friends. It was a morning 3 years ago. The 5 of them drove into the forest for an adventure. Later, for some reason, a sudden downpour started, and they got separated from one of the men. Song Huiyan ran under a tree to hide from the rain with the other 4 men. It was exactly the place where Xia Shihan and the others were hiding from the rain just now. Song Huiyan had been as beautiful as a flower in her lifetime, with stunning features. But she happened to not be interested in any of them. While they were hiding from the rain, the 4 of them actually harbored evil intentions at the same time. Taking advantage of the secluded forest, the 4 of them raped Song Huiyan right under the tree. And this scene was witnessed by the other man who was hiding in the bushes not far away. Song Huiyan begged him for help with all her might, but the man was afraid of being silenced, so he chose to just watch coldly. Finally, after the 4 of them vented their bestial instincts, they chased her into the icy stream, where she struggled desperately. Eventually, Song Huiyan's body grew weaker and weaker, and she finally froze to death by the side of the stream. Later, the forensic examination failed to find any signs of her having been assaulted, and the final verdict was an accidental drowning due to freezing. After Song Huiyan died, her yin energy didn't dissipate, and her resentment grew deeper and deeper. Finally, late one night, she abducted all 5 men to the depths of the dense forest, including the man who stood by and did nothing. Just like that, the 5 of them were frozen to death by the stream in the same manner. This case was quite a sensation for a while, but the police investigated for a long time without finding any leads. In the end, it was left unresolved. What is wrong with this world? Why would something like this happen? Xia Shihan was shocked. Then why didn't you reincarnate after getting your revenge? Why stay here and keep hurting people? Xia Shihan felt some sympathy for Song Huiyan's experience. Reincarnate? Song Huiyan let out a cold laugh, which made the listeners shiver. Isn't that exactly the reason why I brought you here? Seeing Xia Shihan in a daze, Song Huyan continued to explain, although I got my revenge, my resentment only grew deeper. Without finding a replacement, I would never be able to enter the underworld. So, now you know why I had to capture you all. What, you want us to be your scapegoats? Xia Shihan's eyes widened. She never imagined that a woman who had suffered such an ordeal could turn out to be so malicious. I might as well tell you, the ferryman you're counting on has already been here, but she was injured by me and ran away, so don't hold any more fantasies. Song Huyan's words landed like a bolt from the blue. The last bit of faith everyone held in their hearts was shattered just like that. What's Haoning? He was injured. Xia Shihan was shocked. The man she was so proud of had actually been defeated like this. So his name is Kaoning. That's a good name, but it's a pity his power is too weak. Song Huyan sneered. I don't believe this is true. It's impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. If you don't believe it, you can shout 3 times and see if he comes to save you. Song Huyan was quite confident. She had already seen Lu Hongyi's strength earlier. She was nothing more than an evil spirit. Besides her, there were still 3 evil spirits and 2 ferocious spirits present. Even if she didn't take action herself, Lu Hongying definitely wouldn't escape. A look of panic finally appeared on Xia Shihan's face. She looked at the quiet forest around her. Holding on to her last shred of hope, she yelled 3 times toward the surroundings. Kaoning, Kaoning, Kaoning. After the 3 calls, there was still not a sound from the surroundings. How about it? I wasn't lying to you, was I? A triumphant smile appeared on Song Huyan's face. At this, the students behind Xia Shihan all panicked. What's going on? Why didn't the senior's husband come? I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. The last glimmer of hope was gone. Many girls were scared and started crying on the spot. I heard you're looking for me. Huh? A man's voice suddenly came from behind Song Huyan. When Xia Shihan saw that person, her tears turned into laughter instantly. Kaoning, you really came? The person who came was indeed Kaoning. Ever since entering the forest, Kaoning had been searching according to the previous coordinates, but when he arrived, he found the place deserted. Just then, he happened to hear Xia Shihan calling his name. So Kaoning immediately followed the direction the voice came from. Sure enough, he ran into Xia Shihan and her group who had been surrounded. Who are you? Song Huyan was greatly alarmed. Kaoning had suddenly appeared behind her, without her noticing at all. Kaoning raised the corners of his mouth. Didn't you just say I was beaten away by you? How come you're pretending not to know me now? You are Kaoning. Then who was the woman in red just now? Song Huyan wondered. Are you talking about her? With a wave of his hand, Kaoning made Lu Hongying appear in front of everyone. Master, they are the ones who hurt me. Lu Hongying pointed at the woman and grumbled. Master? She is your spirit retainer, so you are the ferryman.